Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. The governor's policy director told members of the Joint Appropriations Committee on Thursday that their advancement of a proposal to kill the Wyoming Business Council was, quote, crazy and nuts. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports why he used those terms.
Randall Luthi started off talking about the respect he has for the legislature, but he said, this is nuts. This is crazy. He is the governor's policy director, former speaker of the state house. He was saying this is just a very big rushed effort. And then another policy person from the governor's office said, we want to work with you on improving this agency over the course of the next year. We want to not drop this on the people 3 weeks before session at 4:30 on an afternoon.
The bill's next stop is the Wyoming legislature, which convenes in a budget planning session February 9th and can modify, reject, or pass the bill. If Governor Mark Gordon, who has defended the agency, vetoes the bill seeking to kill it, the legislature would need a 2/3 majority to override his veto. Body cam footage from nearly 5 years ago in Sheridan between 3 police officers and a disoriented man have created outrage on social media. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that the video maker says the man suffered a stroke and underwent brain surgeries and was not treated properly by police.
He was actually experiencing a stroke, according to reports that are now pulled together in this online viral video that purports to tell the story of a man who appears in his 40s and is really disoriented. And quite frankly, he's treated really well by law enforcement.
Attempts to reach the video's creator were unsuccessful. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. This winter driving safety tip from WYDOT reminds you don't crowd the plow. WYDOT's plow drivers work hard every winter to make sure travelers can safely reach their destination. When you come up on a plow, slow down. Give them space. Only pass when it's safe to do so. This has been a winter safety driving tip from the Wyoming Department of Transportation.
I'm Brady Thornock. I manage my family's ranch here in Uena County. Ranching teaches you to think long-term, and it teaches you that Wyoming stays strong when there's real work here. That's why I'm building a data center on this ranch with a Wyoming company called Prometheus Hyperscale. This project will create thousands of Wyoming jobs, and it will use Wyoming's natural gas resources. We need to build Wyoming. I'm doing this for the future of Wyoming.
Build Wyoming with Prometheus Hyperscale. Go to buildwyoming.com.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. A massive Canadian cold front bringing gusts of up to 75 miles per hour and single-digit wind chills will clip eastern Wyoming on Friday. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that Black Hills Energy declared an emergency public safety power shutoff watch in some areas due to high fire risk conditions.
So Black Hills Energy is taking this action as a precaution because when you have high winds, there's a chance that power lines can blow down. And with as dry as eastern Wyoming is, there's a chance that there could be wildfires.
Meteorologist Don Day tells Cowboy State Daily that the subsequent cold front will be like another slap in the face of winter, but the strong winds and cold temperatures won't be carrying much, if any, snow. It'll be like all the fun of Wyoming's winter without any of the much-needed moisture. A Cody man was sentenced to 4.25 years in prison on Wednesday for possessing 28 weapons, including pipe bombs and a machine gun, while he was under a protection order. Cowboy State Daily's Dale Killingbeck reports that Ronald Bailey said he's the victim.
A Cody man that was in U.S. District Court here in Casper seemed to try and convince the judge that he was a law-abiding citizen. He had been told by a judge previously when a protection order was issued against him that he could not possess weapons. He told the judge in U.S. District Court on Wednesday that these were all collector items and, he was going to give them to his sons. And the judge told him that it seems that you love your guns more than you love the law. He was sentenced on 2 counts. 2 counts were dropped. So the 2 counts that he was sentenced on, he got 51 months each, and those are concurrent. So he's going to spend about 4.25 years in a federal prison.
Ronald Thomas Bailey appeared with his attorney in a striped prison suit and shackles before Judge Scott Skavdal. In October of 2025, he pled guilty to charges of possession of a firearm by a person subject to a court order and possession of an unregistered firearm. And that's a look at today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
We said we'd never give in to a meltdown.
Okay.
And we'd never babysit with a screen. We said we'd never let the toys take over.
Mariella.
Never leave the house looking, well, and never let them out of our sight. Skylar, come here. Cars get hot fast, and kids can be at risk. Before you leave the car, always stop, look, lock.
Craziness. Crazy and nuts. How else can you look at legislators proposing to eliminate the Wyoming Business Council? Luthi doesn't see it any other way. The governor's going to be on today to talk about what he thinks. Look out. Joint Appropriations Committee yesterday, after defunding the maligned agency, has now decided to get rid of it altogether. Governor Mark Gordon will be on the show today to talk more about Wyoming Business Council, what's going on with lawmakers there. David Madison's story about a Sheridan police body cam video that's resurfaced nearly 5 years later. I don't know the intent of this at all. We'll view the body cam and we'll talk more about that. Congresswoman Harriet Hagman says Brian Nesvik says that Grizzlies have recovered. Need delisting. Nesvik said it's on a 2-year plan. That's quite a while from now. Hurricane winds, freezing temperatures coming to Wyoming today and tomorrow. And we got another hurricane wind coming on the show today. Is going to be Justin Hathaway. I'm excited for the debut of Justin and Casper Planet. It's going to be exciting. Special guest, first time. We're going to make him a regular. If you're not into Casper Planet yet, you better get in and check out what they're doing. It's the satirical website, satirical Facebook, social, and the stories on Casper Planet. Honestly, many of them you read and you're like, that could be real. With today's crazy news cycles, you think that could be real. It's amazing how Justin thinks of this stuff. Is this stuff going to portend the future the way The Simpsons often does? Maybe. Gary Keimig, I think that's how you say his name, artist and art dealer in the Dubois area. He's going to be on. Russell Nemitz, Western Ag Network, special guest. He's going to be on to talk the new and improved food pyramid devised by RFK Jr. President Trump just signed something the other day bringing 2% whole milk back to schools. That was banned as if it were crack. 2% milk had been banned in schools. That's an Obama era deal. And it's now, but I grew up on 2% milk. What the heck? When did that become the enemy? Russell will be on. We'll talk all things dairy, beef. Yeah, Bob Jordan, Campbell County Commissioner, he'll be on. right-sizing government cuts. When do cuts go too far? Property tax, always an issue in Campbell County and with Commissioner Jordan. He'll be on the show today. David Pope, he's the guy who's helping Wyoming launch that stable coin. And by the way, we've launched it. First state in the United States to have its own stable coin, its own currency. It's the Frontier coin. You got any yet? You better get on it. FNTR, Frontier. What? I forget the 4-letter acronym for it. We'll talk to David Pope and try to understand. He'll try to explain us. He'll try to digital currency explain us what Frontier stablecoin is, why it is such an achievement for the state of Wyoming, and why you got to have a whole bunch of it under your pillow or under your mattress or wherever you keep your money. Aaron Brown will be here. WYDOT, Wyoming Department of Transportation. We'll get the latest and greatest. What's going on these state highways. And Lexi Tuddenham returns to the show. We had her on a few months ago. She's with the watchdog group, environmental watchdog group, Heal Utah. And she'll talk about what's going on down there in Utah with nuclear. Utah just became the first state in the U.S. to accept foreign nuclear waste. That's from Canada. How's that going? Is Lexi's outfit an environmental watchdog in Utah? Are they down with it? Are they okay with it? Why is Utah ahead of the game when it comes to nuclear, ahead of Wyoming anyway? We'll talk about that stuff. So a lot of special guests, a lot of cool things happening on a finally Friday Cowboy State Daily Show. First, it's a day weather forecast. Get your Friday rolling. Here's what you're looking at. Chilly start to the day here in Jackson, Wyoming. 16 degrees. Casper, clouds on the increase. Very windy today, as opposed to the really windy that Casper usually is. Is that much more windier. Highs near 28, Casper. Mostly sunny in Lander, highs 34. Sunny in Evanston, highs 34. No mention of a ton of wind down there. Rock Springs, sunny, breezy, 35. Pinedale, sunny and blustery. That's a good term for wind. When it's not quite gale force, blustery. That's a good one for Pinedale. 25 the high. Afton, sunny, 23. Dubois, mostly sunny, breezy, 31 the high. Thermopolis, partly sunny, breezy, 33. Cody, you'll top out around 31 with a little bit of sun and blustery conditions. Buffalo, high wind warning until about 5 this afternoon. Partly sunny, windy with highs 25. High wind warning in Sheridan as well. You might get to 30, but it'll be blowing. It won't feel like it. Gillette, high wind warning till 6 this afternoon. Cloudy, very windy, 24 the high in Gillette. Newcastle, wind up until 6-ish with highs 22. Combine that with a 55-mile-an-hour wind gust, and you're on the wrong side of zero, man, with the feels like. Torrington, high wind warning till 5-ish. Mostly sunny, windy, 32. Lusk, high wind. Partly sunny. I missed Jackson somewhere in that forecast. Oh, Jackson, sunny, 25. Ooh, that's chilly. Torrington, high wind warning till 5 in the afternoon. Mostly sunny, windy, 32 the high in Torrington. So nobody really enjoying those above average temperatures across the state. The temperatures, the highs today looking more like typical January. And then on the east side, you can even minus that some more with the wind chill. Wind gusts in Lusk as high as 70 miles an hour. to go along with your high of 25. I don't know what the math on that is, but that's a feels like temperature of minus something. Cheyenne, high wind warning till 5 this afternoon. Mostly sunny with highs 30. Won't feel like it, though. Mostly sunny, windy in Laramie, highs 25. Rawlins, partly sunny, blustery, upper 20s. It's the wind. A wind event is what we're looking at. In fact, Andrew Rossi, whenever weather becomes a story, and in Wyoming, that's often, then Andrew has the deets. Where is that? Oh, eastern Wyoming. Facing hurricane winds. That's a scary headline. This massive Canadian cold front bringing wind gusts up to 75 miles an hour, single-digit wind chills. It'll clip eastern Wyoming today. Black Hills Energy, ahead of the event, has already declared an emergency public safety power shutoff watch, meaning get the generator ready due to high fire risk conditions. Black Hills Energy could shut off power at any given time today if winds start to get real bad. You can expect it. And this would be in the Harriman, Kurt, Gowdy areas west of Cheyenne. Really any time today. Very analogous to what they're doing in California, says Don Day. Oh, great. Wyoming taking a cue for how they do it in California. Who thought of that idea? Isn't that like the biggest beef people have with California transplants? And again, not to bash California. I love going there. I love Hollywood, LA, Southern California, Palm Springs. Man, give me California. I like California as I guess basically the weather, and as a scene, as a vibe. Politically, no. A majority of the people and their typical California character, no, not really. But California itself, if it weren't for the people and the politics, would be pretty cool. Darn it. No, but it's when they come to Wyoming and bring their stuff, their baggage, their ideologies, their politics, their ideas. Is when they come to Wyoming and say, you know, this is how we used to do it in the California. Let me stop you right there. Go back. Very analogous to what they're doing in California, says meteorologist Don Day. Whenever winds get to 60, 70 miles an hour, that's a risk of power lines getting knocked down. It's a risk of semi-tractor trailers laying down to take a nap. No extensive snow cover in this part of the state. So, as Don Day points out, it could start wildfires. Power line comes down with a 75 mile an hour gust, hits the ground, and boof, you got a grass fire. It's how they do it in California. They just shut the power off. All right, get ready for that down there in the Cheyenne area in the southeast part of the state. Could happen. Meanwhile, west of the divide, just simply colder. You may not notice the winds so much. Not really a snow event in this either. Just kind of wintry. Raw is how Don Day called it, east of the divide, and just kind of regular winter west of the divide with highs in the 20s. That's your weather forecast. It gets you all teed up for your Finally Friday. Again, Russell Nemitz will be on this hour. Western Ag Network will talk about beef, dairy, and the new and improved updated food pyramid as recently announced by RFK Jr. and President Trump, also signing in a piece of legislation that would bring back 2% whole milk to school cafeterias. How cool. I didn't know it had ever left. I know there was a real, I don't know, what do you call it? It's an effort to vitriolize, an effort to make milk the bad guy. And we see this happen. It's similar to what happened with red meat. Remember when red meat, depending on what, this is why the Surgeon General and medical advisors for the government can sometimes be political pawns. I think we saw a little bit of that with Fauci being the mouthpiece for Big Pharma, saying, look out, COVID's going to kill everybody unless you go get the vaccine. Boy, that sounded like a message from D.C. or somewhere on high. And similarly, we've seen surgeon generals and other medical high-ranking people say, you know what, red meat gives you cancer. Better not eat it anymore. Imagine that, hearing that as a cattle producer. No more, cut back on red meat, gives you cancer. Holy crap. And then the only counter you have if you're a rancher is to go buy your lobbyist and have him say, you know what, there's a lot of mercury in fish. You better not eat any seafood. Might die. Get back to beef. It's so weird. Is our health really the bottom line? Or is it just political crap? RFK Jr. now saying, you know what, that old food pyramid, we're going to mess around with that a little bit. Red meat, beef is now okay. Eat more of it, you're fine. And dairy, which was in the President Obama era, dairy, whole milk was banned from school cafeteria. They took it out. They replaced it with this watery, I don't even know what it is. You can't even find 2% whole milk anymore. And look how they coached us all. Nowadays, you go drink 2% milk. Some people say, it's like drinking cream because it's real milk. Not this water milk that was suddenly, 2% whole milk was the enemy. That was going to kill you. A steak was going to give you cancer. All these things were going to kill. RFK Jr. has remade that, revamped the food pyramid, and President Trump bringing 2% whole milk back to school cafeterias. That's going to be one of our topics with Russell Nemitz on Moments from Now. Let's take a break.
Hey, Wyoming, ready for news that actually feels like Wyoming? Tune into Cowboy State Daily Radio with heart, humor, and a little Western kick from ranch roads to mountain peaks. If it's happening here, you'll hear it here. No fluff, no filter, just the real deal. Real voices, real stories, real Wyoming. If it's happening here, you'll hear it here. Cowboy State Daily Radio, Wyoming's news, just the real deal. 100% homegrown.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Hi. I'm your retirement fear, but don't be scared. You're still in pre-retirement.
Does that mean I have more time to plan?
Precisely. Here, this is pretirement.org.
Retirement savings options? Potential tax breaks?
Ooh.
This isn't scary. I'm doing it.
You got this.
Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan.
So as a technical sergeant, E6.
I served in Vietnam in 1969.
I am a U.S. Army veteran.
Have you ever helped a fellow veteran?
Of course.
Yes.
Try to always
be there for each other.
I do my best reaching out to my brothers and sisters in arms.
Have you ever asked for help yourself?
It's always tough, right? I can't say that I have. I mean,
If you don't have someone to kind of help you guide those thoughts, it can be really bad.
eventually, you just can't deal with it on your own. I guess it's a part of the military too, right? Service before self.
It was drilled in, service before self.
And you start to question, maybe people would be better off without me, When you realize that you're not alone, once you take that first step, there's so much support.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a finally Friday, halfway through the month. Officially, Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland has the story of the day, I think. I'll take a look at what is actually trending for real. Trending stories in the Cowboy State Daily. This has to be, I think it's news people's favorite story, journalist. If you were to ask the editor or journalist, what's the lead story, the top story of the day, it's got to be this one concerning, again, this Wyoming Business Council. But is that truly the story that is grabbing readers? After all, it's eyeballs on stories that make the biggest splash. Well, it looks like grizzly bears are the most popular. I would put it as a news guy. I would make it Wyoming Business Council and the proposal to kill that agency by the Joint Appropriations Committee. That has been the news of the week. Maybe there's fatigue over it with readers. They're like, okay, enough of it already. Maybe it truly doesn't matter or resonate with readers and with most Wyoming people. It sure does with Josh Durrell, who is the CEO of the Business Council. And it definitely reverberates through the state capitol and lawmakers and the governor. Governor Gordon will be on. Gordon supports the efforts of Wyoming Business Council, though did suggest their budget be cut in half in the next 2-year period, but has been a defender of Wyoming Business Council. If you're just catching up, the Joint Appropriations Committee, a dozen of the top-ranking lawmakers, ahead of the budget session, which kicks off next month, February 9th, have voted to, and what a committee means is they're drafting bills and they're drafting policy, but it doesn't make it a done deal. Obviously, it has to be voted by the House as a whole. Both the House and the Senate would have to vote these things through. This would be a budget item, so it would need just a majority vote in the House or the Senate to defund Wyoming Business Council to the point where you would leave them with just $2 million. Wyoming Business Council originally went and asked for about $111 million. The governor said, I'm gonna suggest more like $54 million, kind of halved it. These numbers I'm just ballparking out of memory, but they're close enough. And then when it got to the Joint Appropriations Committee, they did even more cutting. They said, never mind half. We're going to cut it all. leaving Wyoming Business Council with just $2 million. That would be to retain only 2 employees to basically work on shutting it down. Wyoming Business Council employs some 40. They would receive, from what I understand, the way the bill stands now, the way the piece of legislation stands now, no compensation, no severance. It would just be Wyoming Business Council is over. Here's your pink slip. Goodbye. The bill, this bill drafted originally the defunding, and that was the writing on the wall, right? Earlier this week, when the JAC says, yeah, this Wyoming Business Council, we've got issues with it. A, it doesn't work. B, government shouldn't be involved in picking winners and losers. C could be an argument from Senator Pendergraft, who had an interesting quote. Is it senator or is he a representative? But I'm pretty sure he's a senator, right? We have not had him on the show. We did have Representative John Barron, who explained his thinking on this. He's the House Appropriations Chair. Representative Pendergraft, sorry. I was giving you a promotion. Representative Pendergraft. He's a rep out of Sheridan. Okay. Representative Pendergraft's quote was, I don't want a bunch of businesses coming to this state that are here for the handouts, he said concerning the Wyoming Business Council. WBC, Wyoming Business Council, has distributed via grants and loans some $1 billion since the agency's formation in 1998. $1 billion. Josh Durrell, the executive director, was on the show yesterday. He told us, he explained some of the success stories of Wyoming Business Council, including the industrial park area of Sheridan. There's been some home runs for Wyoming Business Council. There's been some base hits and there's been some strikeouts, he admitted. Senator Ogden Driscoll has been on the show. He was one of 3 of the 12 to vote no, as in he did not want to defund Wyoming Business Council or get rid of it. He joined 2 Democrats, Trey Sherwood and Mike Garou, in defending Wyoming Business Council. Ogden Driscoll said, I've had my issues with Wyoming Business Council. I don't agree with everything they do, but I don't want to throw them out. That's a little far. And so too thinks the governor's policy advisor, Randall Luthi, said that's far, called it nuts and crazy. And he said that was him being tempered. Randall Luthi, the governor's policy director, I think he even said, look, I'm going to be, with every effort to remain calm and civil and use, professional language, this is crazy and nuts. What do you really think, Randall? He said, frankly, Mr. Chairman, in my opinion, and professionally speaking, as much as I can, in other words, I'm really going to try to rein it in here. This is nuts. This is crazy. Imagine if Luthi was not trying to be professionally speaking. You sons of... Yeah. It's radical. I mean, in the past year or 2 or 3, Wyoming Business Council, its usefulness, its role in promoting business, its whole existence and identity have come under scrutiny by primarily the Freedom Caucus, by lawmakers who are very fiscally conservative, who say it's a waste of money, it doesn't work, government shouldn't even be involved in meddling around with the economy. If you've got a great business idea, if you have a widget, if you got the better mousetrap, go sell it. Don't ask for taxpayer handouts in the form of loans and grants for your new mousetrap. Market it, sell it, see if it works. That's called free enterprise. That's called free enterprise. That's capitalism. So yeah, there's good arguments, but on the other side of things, the shuttering of Wyoming Business Council gives an appearance that Wyoming is not business friendly, not open for business, not interested. In fact, CEO of the Wyoming Business Council, Josh Durrell, was on the show yesterday and kind of said the same thing he's saying in a story today written by Claire McFarland. He says, hey, if you shut down Wyoming Business Council, be careful of, quote, unintended consequences with such a huge legislative attempt. We need to be careful about the message it sends to our families, our businesses, our communities, Josh Durrell said. It's a signal you can't unring or undo. It's just very interesting. I know it gets into a lot of politics. Some people aren't politics. And judging from the Facebook responses, only 72 impressions on this story, 59 comments, 16 shares. Clark has a pretty good ask, similar to somebody reached out yesterday to the show and said, I heard your interview with Josh Durrell. He named some things, some success stories, what the Wyoming Business Council has been able to do. He said, basically, he talked about the Sheridan Industrial Park and nothing else. What have they accomplished? Let's see the report card. Get one of your reporters to dig into it, was the suggestion from one of our listeners yesterday. Clark on the Facebook's comments has a similar argument. He said, what exactly has the Wyoming Business Council accomplished? Do they have a record of bringing good paying jobs or employers to the state? If so, list them. What are they? A business council, Josh Durrell is certainly willing and able to do that. And I think that kind of stuff, I mean, we should have a full assessment. And I'm sure next month when the legislative session begins, February 9th, that should be the topic. You've got the recommendation of the Appropriations Committee to defund and dismantle Wyoming Business Council, but that's not the be-all and end-all. You'll have a vote of the floor, and there should be some metrics. Let's see the numbers. Where does Business Council work? What has it done? And where has it failed? Where do we not like it? Do we fix it, tweak it, or kill it? That's where we're headed with this. Other stories, by far the story that's getting the most eyeballs, getting the most engagements with it, has to do with grizzly bears. And we love our grizzlies in Wyoming. Love them so much, we want to get out there and shoot at them. I'm just kidding. It's just me being silly. Delisting, we've tried it twice now, I think. Congresswoman Hageman said twice we've delisted, twice the same radical judge has sided with environmentos and groups claiming the grizzly is not recovered and have sued to flip that. So is third time the charm? We'll see. Brian Nesvik is the new guy in charge now, Fish and Wildlife Director. Nesvik, former game and fish guy from Wyoming, he has seen firsthand the recovery of grizzly bears in Wyoming. If this was just a Wyoming thing, how many grizzly bears do you want in the state of Wyoming? Do we have enough to call them endangered anymore? Do we, that's an easy question to answer. The more overarching is, has the grizzly bear recovered in the entire greater Yellowstone ecosystem? Are there enough in Montana? Ask Montana, they'll say, oh yeah, plenty. Are there enough in Idaho? Ask them. They'll say, yeah, we're doing pretty good with them. It appears the grizzly, in numbers, has made a remarkable recovery from near extinction. But is it enough to satisfy some environmental groups, some wildlife advocate groups? I don't know. Nesvik said he thinks a delisting could happen, and he iterated a 2-year timeline. Congresswoman Harriet Hageman was on this show yesterday. Boy, we have everybody on here. And she said that she listened to Nesvik speak the other day, talking about it, and she said the time is right. The time is now. Does now mean 2 years? Is that Nesvik still his timeline, still the game plan, or does now mean now? Hageman to Nesvik is the headline. Hageman to Nesvik. Grizzlies need to be delisted because they keep mauling hunters. That's Congresswoman Hageman to Director of Fish and Wildlife Brian Nesvik. And that story, 685 impressions, 217 comments, and a bunch of shares, is the lead story according to readers today. Russell Nemitz will be on the show, Western Ag Network, next.
Emma, did you hear?
Todd's in the...
Every morning, America wakes up to reheated outrage and copy-paste commentary.
Yeah, I don't follow talking points. I follow common sense. If that hits a nerve, good. It means you're still alive.
No spin, no fluff, no kumbaya, just Jake. Serving up truth, sarcasm, and grit. Stirred by hand and seasoned with reality.
I don't yell, I don't pander. I just call it like I see it, and trust me, there's plenty to call.
From the Capitol to the county fair, if it's worth talking about in Wyoming, Jake's already on it. No permission needed, no script required.
The West was built by people who spoke their minds and stood their ground. I'm just making sure we don't forget how.
The Jake Show. Weekdays on CowboyStateDaily.com and wherever bold voices still have a mic.
No apologies, no filter, no bull.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Emma, did you hear?
Todd's in the hospital.
Who's Todd? He got a collapsed lung from vaping. He thought it was cool.
Not cool.
Promise you won't vape, Emma. It can lead to a lifelong addiction, and we can't be friends if your lungs collapse.
Bogus.
Wacky sitcom teens aren't the best people to talk to your kid about vaping.
Hey, you got a minute?
You are. Start the conversation with your child about vaping today.
These walls and windows hold me tight. The warm embrace we all call home. My neighbors watch over one another. This little street is a land of liberty of its own, where I always have a place to go. I'm free to call this place my own. We all deserve a place to call home.
That's an American dream.
When the uniform comes off, the battle doesn't always end. Too many of our veterans are fighting silent wars, with trauma, with loss, with hopelessness. Downrange Warriors stands in that gap, offering peer support, purpose, and a brotherhood that saves lives. You can help. Visit downrangewarriors.org, because no warrior should ever walk alone. Hope is waiting. Be the reason they find it.
Yeah, we're back to it after break. First hour of the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Friday. I'm reluctant to launch into a couple of crime stories. Not that I don't like a good crime story now and then involving a criminal, alleged or not. In this case, we don't have to say alleged anymore. This dude's going to the pen. No chance for the honor farm or for the whatever they let you go do when you're a juvenile. This guy's going to the big house. And the first thing he's got to do is get a haircut. I think he already did. This is the dude who his vocabulary very much includes yo. In fact, if you want to speak like today's wannabe gangster youth, just add the word yo to the end of every sentence. This is the guy who, after stabbing the new boyfriend of his old girlfriend, and again, don't have to say allegedly, he's been sentenced to 8 to 10 years in prison. After stabbing him, he told cops it was self-defense, yo. Kind of the same line he gave the 17-year-old just before he stabbed him. No allegedly added here. He told the 17-year-old, come on inside, yo. He invited he has since changed his rhetoric and his whole look. He's cleaning it up. He's finally seen the light. There's no way this dude cannot have been born in Wyoming. I refuse to believe this dude. Let me share a photo of him. Dale Killingbeck has the story, yo, of this dude. His name is Evan Kirkendall. He appeared in court the other day, Natrona District Court. He was a recent transfer. At the time of the stabbing, he was a fairly recent transfer to Natrona County High School. Go Mustangs. I'll be seeing the productive students of Natrona County this Saturday when the basketball team, girls and boys, come to play Jackson. I'll see you tomorrow. You productive kids who have doing something with their life. This transfer student, apparently the best he's come up with so far, game plan in life, is to buy a knife and then stab a fellow student who was seeing his ex-girlfriend. The ex-girlfriend, by the way, dumped him because, yo, I'm not kidding, you can't make this stuff up. She got tired of the way he talked, yo. The way he talked to people, yo. And her new love interest, the 17-year-old stabbing victim, who was friends with Evan Kirkendall, also got tired of the way he would talk to people, yo. Well, take that with a grain of salt, Evan. People don't like the way you talk, or the way you stab, or the way you just conduct yourself, man. There's no way this dude's from Wyoming. Ugh, people from Wyoming aren't like this. In fact, the girlfriend said that. She said, this is not how we settle things in Casper. It's not how we ever settled things in Casper. I think that was her. Oh, no, the judge said that. Sorry. The judge, and she's right, said she grew up in Casper. And in her era, youth settled issues with fights without weapons. Good for you, Judge. But now, in today's Casper, everybody got a knife. And everybody runs and goes and gets a knife as soon as they're in an argument, yo. Unfortunately. Yeah, a judge has it right. And to me, it's people who were not, I would very much, and I read like 8 different stories regarding this Evan Kirkendall to try to find out if he is truly a Wyomingite, born in Wyoming. I got a feeling he's not. Not that it's going to matter a whole lot because times are changing and people are being born in Natrona County that are growing up, adding yo to the end of every one of their sentences and reaching for a knife as soon as they disagree with someone. There probably is a segment of the population like this, but for the most part, these are transplants. They come from somewhere else, yo. Evan Kirkendall sounds like Florida, yo. Or somewhere else where you talk like this, act like you're some kind of gangbanger. Dude, you're a 19-year-old white boy from Wyoming, yo. You're not a gangbanger. Well, you are now. You look good in orange, Evan. Welcome to the big house. You're going to change your... He's already changing his tune. No more yos. He was in front of the judge the other day and he was, oh boy, he's cleaned it up. The haircut's gone. He's now got a close cropped marine cut and he's talking a lot different. He offered an apology in court the other day. He said, I am sorry for the pain I have caused you. He addressed the victim's mother. The victim, by the way, I believe did not die, almost died, suffers from, as you can imagine, anxiety, like PTSD-like anxiety, almost died, was stabbed multiple times, and if not rushed to the hospital, would have died. 5 times stabbed. This goes back to March 21, by the way, this incident, March of last year. Judge Catherine Wilkings is the judge. And yeah, the new Evan Kirkendall is now dropping the yo and sounds like this. I'm sorry for the pain I have caused you. I understand I have to hold myself accountable. And I am extremely ashamed of what I have done in my actions. Amazing how suddenly you adopt a new vocabulary when you've been behind bars for 209 days. Amazing how that will rehabilitate your speech anyway. Suddenly your language is incredibly clear. Now, if this guy was out with his friends for as much as 2 days, he'd be right back to yo. But in the joint, he's got a haircut, he's wearing glasses, and Dale Killingback says looks nothing like he did in the video, which, by the way, I think there were 3 different videos of the stabbing event. So when the stabbing event went down, Kirkendall invited the 17-year-old new boyfriend of his old girlfriend, invited him over to the house, said he wanted to just talk out some things. Police said it was more like luring him to the house where a confrontation was planned. It was a solicitation to a fight, said one of the investigators. And it's all on video. I don't know. There must have been one of those Ring cameras or doorbell cameras. The video played in court shows teens arriving at the Kirkendall's home. Where are the parents? Right? At the risk of sounding OG, yo, where are the parents? Kirkendall invites people over to the house. When he gets the right dude over there, out comes the knife. It's all on video. And by the time the cops get there, Kirkendall's saying, hey, it was self-defense, yo. That doesn't wash. They got the video right there. Police response was, we have video, yo, of you stabbing a dude 5 times. And you didn't look threatened. Anyway, this story, I remember I remember when this happened only because of the guy's claim that it was Kirkendall's claim it was self-defense. I thought that, otherwise a stabbing in Casper at the time this happened was not noteworthy. Unfortunately, it was not an event that would stick in your mind necessarily. Oh, another teen stabbing in Casper? Okay. Well, that makes 8 this month. But it stuck in my mind because of the guy's language. Like, if that's your best defense, you better lawyer up and hope you got a good one. That was self-defense, yo. No, it wasn't. 8 to 10 years. Judge Wilkins banged the gavel. Kirkendall pleaded guilty back in October to aggravated assault and battery. Very nearly manslaughter or attempted. The injuries punctured both lungs, damaged the liver of the victim. The mother, Ashley Humphrey, said her son will have scars from the attack the rest of his life, both on his body and emotionally. And who is calling me at this hour? Russell Nemitz, perhaps, who is not on the show. We are going to have the news again at. Why are we rerunning the news? Yeah, I don't know what that means. I may have to attend to some things. I'm not sure what happened to Russell Nemitz. Now I got Gary in the Zoom room. I don't know who that is, and I've lost complete control of the program. Jeez. Gary's our artist. He's going to be on first thing next hour. Okay, so that's good. Gary, hang tight. We'll be with you. He's an artist in the Dubois area, art dealer. You may have been to his gallery. He's really good. I took a look at some of his pieces. Really, really good. Why are we rerunning the news? We are going to have the news again at 7. Yeah, I'm not sure what that's in reference to. But just covering news of the day. Also, up in Powell, I'm glad this got resolution. Remember the woman in Powell who wanted to have a pygmy goat, but the city council, the town council in Powell did not allow for a pygmy goat. There was a lawsuit. It's finally been settled, and Porsche Lane, the goat, can return to Powell and the owner. Venus Bontadelli settled a lawsuit with Powell last week, Thursday. The city had denied her an owner permit to own a pygmy goat. Powell, you can do things like chickens in the backyard, the Powell ordinance. But a goat is a bridge too far. And this pygmy goat, cute as it is, and pretty small. I mean, this thing is no larger than a dog. No more offensive, really, than a dog, I would imagine. But, the thing is, the Powell Council, Town Council, City Council did not allow for or expressly prohibited pygmy goats. The pygmy goat owner said it's California. Stuff like this. There was a lawsuit. It's finally all been settled, and pygmy goat named Porsche Lane is back with Venus, the owner, Venus Bontadelli. She had sued Powell in the U.S. District Court for Wyoming back in November. So I'm glad that got settled. It seemed like just, silly oversight thing that certainly didn't need to go to the extent of any kind of a lawsuit. All right, that's going to wrap it up for the first hour. I'll try to find out what happened to Russell. I was excited to talk to him. I don't No, we'll figure it out. 1 hour down here on the Finally Friday Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. More to come. Stick around. Top of the hour news next for our radio affiliates. We'll catch you on the other side of that.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. In what he called a win over China, Senator Ogden Driscoll advanced a proposed $16 million state-backed loan to bolster a rare earths processing plant. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that one industry rep says this is truly Upton versus China. This is how Wyoming pushes back against China.
Rare Element Resources is really chomping at the bit to get this money to finish making a more permanent processing plant there in northern Wyoming. And their lobbyist, Jeff Doherty, said this is truly Upton, Wyoming versus China. This is how we in Wyoming push back against China. You know, if it's successful, it would give a base here in Wyoming for people to run rare earths through. China has its own facilities. And also, you know, these are for building tech components. And so there's a little bit of a tech race, a little bit of a national security component, whereas Wyoming is having this session, these talks about, do we interject ourselves in business? And the compromise they ultimately came to was, okay, we'll offer a loan so that rare earths companies can apply for the loan rather than a grant.
If the entire legislature approves release of the loan, Rare Elements Resources, which is operating in Upton, Wyoming, may have to compete against other businesses in the industry to win it. But Senator Driscoll said the money would help the company install its more permanent processing plant. A 19-year-old Casper man was sentenced to 8 to 10 years in prison on Thursday for the stabbing of a 17-year-old boy over a mutual love interest. Cowboy State Daily's Dale Killingbeck reports that the victim's mother said that her son will have the scars from the attack for the rest of his life, and the stabbing punctured both lungs and damaged his liver.
District Attorney presented 3 videos at the sentencing hearing, and they showed the victim and the defendant coming out onto the porch, wrestling one another, and they go down these steps. And during that time, the victim was stabbed, but altogether he was stabbed 5 times.
The mother of the victim, Ashley Humphrey, recounted how she was called at work and told to go to the hospital, where she found her son with injuries so bad it visibly affected those who were in the hospital. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. This winter driving safety tip from WYDOT reminds you don't crowd the plow. WYDOT's plow drivers work hard every winter to make sure travelers can safely reach their destination. When you come up on a plow, slow down. Give them space. Only pass when it's safe to do so. This has been a winter safety driving tip from the Wyoming Department of Transportation.
I'm Brady Thornock. I manage my family's ranch here in Uena County. Ranching teaches you to think long-term, and it teaches you that Wyoming stays strong when there's real work here. That's why I'm building a data center on this ranch with a Wyoming company called Prometheus Hyperscale. This project will create thousands of Wyoming jobs, and it will use Wyoming's natural gas resources. We need to build Wyoming. I'm doing this for the future of Wyoming.
Build Wyoming with Prometheus Hyperscale. Go to buildwyoming.com.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. A massive Canadian cold front bringing gusts of up to 75 miles an hour and single-digit wind chills will clip eastern Wyoming on Friday. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that Black Hills Energy declared an emergency public safety power shutoff watch in some areas due to high fire risk conditions.
So Black Hills Energy is taking this action as a precaution because when you have high winds, there's a chance that power lines can blow down. And with as dry as eastern Wyoming is, there's a chance that there could be wildfires.
Meteorologist Don Day tells Cowboy State Daily that the subsequent cold front will be like another slap in the face of winter, but the strong winds and cold temperatures won't be carrying much, if any, snow. At a hearing in Washington, D.C., U.S. Representative Harriet Hageman told Fish and Wildlife Director Brian Nesvik that grizzlies need to be delisted because they are mauling too many hunters. Outdoors reporter Mark Hines reports that Nesvik agreed and says he believes the grizzly population has recovered.
Brian Nesbitt, former Wyoming Game and Fish Director, now U.S. Fish and Wildlife Director, Harriet Hagman, our Republican Congresswoman. They were in a hearing in front of a subcommittee that Harriet Hagman chairs, and they kind of got onto the subject of delisting grizzly bears. They've both come out and said in the past they really want it to happen. Nesbitt didn't really change his tone from if it happens, it's probably going to be a couple years.
Nesbitt appeared before the subcommittee to speak about his goal over the next 2 years to open new hunting and fishing access on 16 federal wildlife refuges. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
When it comes to making plans, you are the best. Those 9 months were also 273 days of planning. What about your daughter's first costume party? It was out of this world. And let's not forget those barbecues you plan in detail for your family and your more vegetarian by the day best friends. That surprise party for your parents' golden anniversary? You get the golden planning. The same way you plan each detail for those moments, start planning to protect you and your loved ones from a natural disaster. Sign up for local weather and emergency alerts. Prepare an emergency kit and make a family communications plan. Protecting your family is the best plan you can make.
We are back from news break on the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Finally, Friday edition. Look, it's Gary's with us. Gary, I want to say Keimig, but it could be Keimig. Gary Keimig? Keimig.
That is silent.
That was my original, and I second guessed myself. Gary, so good to have you on. If you are in the Dubois area, if you live in Never Sweat, you know Gary. Artist, art dealer, got the gallery. I've seen your work. It's fantastic. But you, I think, are you still over in my neck of the woods? You've been recently hanging out in Jackson. I saw you on the Elk Refuge, you and Vicky. Where are you right now?
Right now in Dubois. We just spent the day over there the other day.
Pretty nice, huh? You saw some moose?
Yeah, a couple moose. Hoping to find some of the bighorn sheep up there behind the elk refuge, but they were not there. First time I missed them during the winter anyway.
Well, next time you're here, I'll show you where to find bighorn sheep. I mean, it's not like you're a stranger to bighorn sheep. You're in the hotbed. In the whiskey basin, I mean, you can't avoid bighorn sheep where you are.
Yeah, that's true.
In the elk refuge, I know that one place you drive where you can see them up on the cliffs there, and there's also been problems in some winters past. This is not the winter though. Where they come down and lick salt off your car. They like to, eat your eat your car bumper. They're not supposed to do that. But yes, I know where you were, and you're right. I think they're further into the Grove Hunt because we just haven't had a winter to drive them into the refuge like the rest of the critters there. Maybe.
That was kind of my guess, yeah.
Yeah, but where I am down in the Hoback, just south of Jackson, there is a small, localized, isolated resident herd. It had numbered 13 for years, and I see them every day, right on the highway. And they're really highway savvy. They're good at not getting hit. But they were...
Right there by the canyon going in.
Yes.
The there. Yeah.
Yeah, and I got to say, they did not look terribly healthy. And I wondered about the genetic diversity. And, we always wonder about the health of bighorn sheep with the whole pneumonia and everything they're up against. But these look like they could benefit from a little bit of outside DNA. And sure enough, Game and Fish brought in, probably from your neck of the woods, some big rams, and that herd now numbers, I don't know, nearly 20, and they look much better. And I see them almost every day in the winter. It's fun to see wildlife, huh?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's my life.
Well, tell me, so you went, not only is that your life growing up, Wyoming native, you grew up fascinated with wildlife, but you went to school, you went to UW in particular to study art and I think wildlife biology and where those two meet. I mean, when you're doing art of animals, you got to get it right. Their muscles, their structure, their composition. It has to look right, or I think, this artist doesn't know what an elk looks like.
Right. Yeah, it's very important to do that.
So also, I wanted to talk about quick draw. You have done the quick draw artist stuff, which requires you to work fast, kind of like maybe like out. Right. How do you like to do your work? Do you like to take photos? Like if you just came to Jackson, you saw those two moose, if they would only stand up. And do you like take a photo of them and then later recreate, go to the canvas with paint?
Yeah, I do take a lot of photos, both habitat and the wildlife themselves, and use that as research. Of course, when I'm doing the painting, I'll work up something to make up the composition. You may not be able to put this tree there, and that's in the photo, or artistic license. In fact, I even have a card that shows I can do that.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, that's part of the whole step of it. Especially with working with wildlife, I'll do a lot of preliminary sketches, getting that anatomy right. And that's very important.
Yeah, I mean, that's something I noticed right away. Now, maybe some wouldn't notice, and maybe if your intent is to be more avant-garde or more, different type of art, but wildlife artist, I want to know you've got the mountains, the Tetons looking right, and that animal standing in front of them looks correct. And then I'll say, wow, that's amazing. So tell me, Gary, how much would you change a photo? Let's say that animal wasn't standing in a grove of aspen, but boy, that's how you see it. That's okay to throw those in.
Yeah. I really believe the integrity of the piece is to stay true as much as I can, especially if you have a distant background. Of course, it's a lot easier doing a bunch of aspens. That could be anywhere. But like with my landscape art, I want you to know or recognize, I know where that is. It's very important, especially if I'm doing a Teton painting or say the ram's horn here in Dubois or wherever, that you can recognize that's what it is. You can maybe even pick out, when I know that canyon or this hill, so on and so forth. So I won't change any of the anatomy of the landscape, but I might move a few trees here and there around.
Yeah.
If God had to recreate it, he might do the same thing.
I was just going to say the same thing, man. You get to play a little bit of God, a little bit of Mother Nature on that canvas. That's so cool. But inherently, like, that piece, it screams authenticity when you can look at it. And if you're from the area, you can say, oh, wow, is that Jakey's Fork or Torrey Creek? Or, where has Gary been? It looks so real. So,
and, of course, I get out as often as I can to do that. That's really the fun part of my job, is the research. The actual painting part gets to be laborious sometimes, kind of like watching grass grow. I had a lady one time come into my gallery and wanted to watch me paint. And after about an hour, I was still working on one little section. And I had to explain to her, you coming here to watch me do this is like watching grass grow. It just takes time, and you're not going to pick up much just in an hour or two of watching me.
Well, one wonders how you ever did get into the quick draw then. But yeah, I mean, you talk about things that are supposed to be like just boringly slow. Watching grass grow, watching the paint dry, or watching the paint go on if Gary's in front of the canvas. He's attention to detail, working meticulously. It might not be the most exciting thing, but the end product is, how many pieces do you have out and about? I think you're in Horizons in Jackson. Where, your stuff's
Horizon
all over.
The Selms in Cheyenne.
Yeah.
Several galleries I used to be in, which have closed down. But anymore, I work mostly just off my Facebook site on sales, which has really worked out great. Just the internet, has been pretty amazing that way.
Yeah.
It's really worked good for me. Actually, the quick draws are probably way more contemporary looking, impressionistic looking than the final, some of my studio work. That's a little bit different. It's interesting how I got started in that. One of the dude ranches here in Dubois said, you ought to come out and after dinner do just a quick painting. And I thought, yeah, I could see possibilities of that. And I think probably the first one I ever did became something in a closet somewhere, no longer seen. But I kept at it and finally became a fixture for a number of years at that dude ranch. I do another, one of the other ranches I still do during the summers about 3 times during the year. Of course, a lot of art shows I've gotten involved in that I used to do with a lot of the quick draws. I did the one in Jackson there at the Fall Arts Festival for a number of years. Finally decided I was getting too old to stand out there with the snow flying in late September doing a painting. But I still do some of that around.
Gary Keimig is joining us, art dealer in the Dubois area, native-born pioneer ranching family, a little bit of a historian too. Last time I saw your name in a Cowboy State Daily article, you were explaining what exactly that cave is in downtown Dubois. What is it, Gary?
Well, that was a lot of, again, it's a lot of attention from people coming through Dubois, and they have kind of a board walk going, or stairway going up to it, which was Welty's that had the general store there put in. A lot of people think that was a mine or a hideout. Since Butch Cassidy was from the area, thought, well, maybe that's where he hid out. But it was put in by a guy that had a bar across the street and had carved that out to put ice in, which they'd bring in from Torrey Lake. They'd cut ice out of the lake, bring it in by wagon, put it in there, and it'd last way into the summer. They'd keep their beer and whatnot cool. But to do that, they'd have to drive a wagon up to it, kind of climb up on the ladder and bring it out of that cave. Of course, Wildy had made it then a tourist attraction. He had a little card table thing set up and a bunch of mannequins inside, even with an Indian standing behind, watching these guys deal with cards. So the tourists would walk up there, look in there, and has a screen across the front, and that's what they would see inside. So it was kind of interesting. I don't know if they liked that or what. It wasn't very historical, but that's kind of the story behind that.
Yeah, interesting. Gary Keimig, one of my favorite towns in all of Wyoming, Dubois. Say hi to Old Man Welty. Say hi on my behalf to everybody out at Crooked Creek or wherever else you're going in Dubois. Love your stuff, your artwork, fantastic. Find him. I'm going to send people to the Facebook page. That's where I found you, where it's really cool. Does that sound good?
Sure, that'd be great.
Gary Keimig.
Just Gary Keimig on Facebook.
Just go to Facebook, type in Gary Keimig. It's Keimig, Gary Keimig, and you'll go and see all his works. Buy something while you're there and put it in the house, put it in the living room or your business. Good stuff, Gary. Keep doing what you're doing. Thanks for coming on.
Okay, you bet. Thank you.
Have a great weekend. It's Gary Keimig. artist Dubois. Let's take a break. Don Day with a day with a forecast next.
JB Hunt now has CDLA truck driving jobs in the Cheyenne area, and they're hiring Class A drivers for a local dedicated route. Drivers can make $78,000 a year and be home every night. Plus, medical benefits after 30 days on the job, also earning paid time off on your first day, and enjoy other perks like a company-matched 401k. As a company founded by a truck driver, JB Hunt is driven for you. So head to drivejbhunt.com to see the JB Hunt difference. That's drivejbhunt.com.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I don't remember how it started. Our back and forth. Victory. Fumble. Repeat. It always came back.
Okay, here we go, throw it! Yeah.
You probably don't remember what you told me,
That was perfect.
but I heard every word.
Nice.
Jason, let's go see your room.
What do you think? We kept it a little spare, so you can decorate it how you like.
Dinner! Go?
Excellent. Soccer is fun. Yeah, I saw you guys out there.
Cowboy State Daily Show Friday. Bob Jordan will be here momentarily, Campbell County Commissioner. And we'll talk about what's going on, not only in Campbell County, but what's going on in the state. Crazy news. I didn't call it crazy. Randall Luthi did. Nuts. Crazy. Wyoming Business Council defunded and then now dissolved. At least that's the idea of the JAC, the Joint Appropriations Committee. Wow. It's kind of wild news. We had Josh Durrell, the CEO of the Wyoming Business Council, on the other day, and he said, yeah, this is kind of wild, Jake. And we'll talk about how far the state needs to go in budget cuts, in right sizing. I mean, we're not in financial dire straits as a state. We balance our budget. So, why all the red pen slashing in Cheyenne? I don't know. Let's get to the Zoom room. Don Day and the day weather forecast. Yeah, you warned us yesterday, Don, that wind would be the order of the day. Certainly the wind company, who is it? Black Hills said that they may have to shut things down when wind gets up 60, 70 miles an hour. That's how they do it in the Golden State. You just turn the power off.
Yeah, that Arctic front meant business. Several reports of winds that hit 75 to 80 miles per hour as it hit. And that coincided with a 20 to 30 degree drop in temperature. And there was a very narrow, very short lasting band of snow that was associated with it as well. So those eastern counties of the state, Jake, just got walloped late yesterday afternoon and last night with wind, a little bit of snow and a lot of cold, and it is going to continue to be windy eastern Wyoming, western South Dakota, western Nebraska, eastern Colorado through tomorrow. It's just going to be it's just miserable. It's going to be, windy's one thing, but when it's cold and windy, your wind chills are going to be in the single digits to below zero all day and all night.
Oh, yeah. I mean, 60-mile-an-hour wind with 25-degree high. What's the math in that? Oh, that's cold, man.
It's not fun math. Let's put it that way.
You summed it up in a 3-letter word that was not sun. You said yesterday raw. It does feel a little raw on the east side of the Divide today in Wyoming. Golly. With all the downside of winter and none of the benefits like snow.
Yeah, exactly. It'd be better to miss it, really.
Yeah, we could do without it. But,
right.
We were living high on the hog for all of December and right up until about now when all these cold Canadian fronts went elsewhere and just bumped off of Wyoming. This one's doing the same, but the bump is significant if you live over there. Golly.
Right, yeah. It all depends on where you are. You might be in western Wyoming saying wet front.
Yeah.
And you might be in Lusk saying this is miserable.
Yeah.
So it all depends on where you are. It's all relative to where you are and what's going on. But this is the first time that one of these Arctic waves has been able to get this far west. And is this a precursor of what's to come in the weeks ahead? And my answer is probably yes, because eventually what will happen is that we will get opportunities for these Arctic fronts to come further west. But for this week ahead, it's just glancing blows, just little kisses.
These polar vortexes typically would involve more statewide than just the corner or just the edge. But,
Yep. It's like standing on the edge of a river and you see the eddies come down the stream, but you're right on the edge of the river. You're not in it. We're not standing in it. We're just on the edge of it.
In December, we could stand in Wyoming and look at, the Dakotas and even Illinois and even Georgia and say, oh, sucks to be you. Now, today, it's like, oh.
I would not want to be one of those protesters in Minneapolis this weekend.
Oh, good point. Good point. Bundle up. All right. Well, yeah, it's the kind of weather in eastern Wyoming that puts the semi-tractor trailers to sleep. They'd be taking a nap today.
Yeah.
Thanks, Don. Have a great weekend. Day weather forecast in the Cowboy State Daily Show. And we'll go right from Don to Bob. We're only taking guests with short 3-letter names today. Don, Bob. Commissioner Jordan is with us. I want to talk about, before we talk about anything particular to your county, Commissioner Jordan, and things in general, what is your first impressions from what they're doing at the Appropriations Committee? They are slashing. They really cut hard on University of Wyoming budget. The governor's request that we boost state employees with another pay raise, maybe not, said the Appropriations Committee. And as far as the Wyoming Business Council, we don't like it, we don't need it. My goodness, what is going on?
Well, good morning, Jake. A lot's going on, apparently. I think we talked about this before. People want to see a change in the spending. And rather than come together and say, okay, let's work our way through these issues, people just want to keep on spending. And they want to keep on spending at the amount that they want. And this is where the battlefield lines up. The University of Wyoming, they've asked, to curtail spending, watch what they're doing. They refuse to, so they're going to slash. The Wyoming Business Council's got some issues on accountability and what they want to do, and they want $1 billion. And people saying, hold on. I equate this to to something I said to our school superintendent several years ago, and we visit quite often. I said, look, you guys figure out your spending, or they're going to show it with pitchforks and torches.
Yeah.
Well, that's where we are. And because the entities that got the money and got the position says, we're not talking to you. Well, the common working person would like to have something done different. They want representation, with their taxation. They want to have a say in it. They want to have control over it. They're tired of the special projects. We feel in our county. That's my position.
Let me ask you, Commissioner Jordan, I think we've talked about this, but I've been thinking, What is the emergency? What is the dire strait? Wyoming, are we, we balance our budget. The governor brought a pretty lean budget. What is the panic? But every time you and I talk, we do talk about right-sizing government, and it has to do with a few things. We were living crazy with COVID money for a while. We're also we're going to have to tighten the purse strings when we see the effects of a reduced property tax revenue, 50%, maybe 100% if we keep going. And we're still, seeing the lag behind effects of energy not being where it should have been the last few years. So, yeah, there's revenue reductions, and we better get ready for it, huh?
Yeah. That's some great questions. So the reality is that we took a hit about 4 years ago here in Campbell County as well as the state. And some of us learned our lessons from that we are in an unstable environment. We do look at other states and other communities, and we say, hold on, you're right up next to your tax ceiling. You've got all the things you want, you're spending, and you want to raise your tax ceiling to continue to spend. I think some of us in the state, I'm not saying who and who what, because I'm just talking about for myself. I want to make sure I don't get there to absolutely have to. Let's say we run 10.95 mil, 12 is maximum. We took it down a couple years ago to make a point. Look, we don't need the money. Why overtax? We got all the things we can stand in Campbell County. Why run the tax mill clear up to the top? And what set that in motion for me was several years ago at the Wyoming Commissioners Conference. I was talking to some people from revenues at a state level. I said, okay, so why don't we go to 14 or 15 or 16 mil like they do in South Dakota and like that? Because I keep hearing people say, well, we're low on taxes, we got to raise them, be like everybody else. And they said, well, basically in Campbell County, we've only got 2 counties not stressed, not at max mill is stressed, and that's 12 mil. That's Teton and Campbell. I said, okay. They said, so until Campbell County hits 12, and legislators realize that there's no stressed county, then we won't go up to higher property tax. So there's always a plot out there, or somebody's thought, or I don't know, backdoor deals, or maybe nothing, who knows, but there's people who want to keep on raising taxes, spend to the ceiling, raise taxes some more, spend to the ceiling, and the average taxpayer does not want that.
Tax and spend is not Wyoming. It doesn't sound like Wyoming. Yeah, you're right. I do want to switch the conversation a little bit and talk about nuclear and Cyrus Western's EPA decision on the Colorado coal-fired plant. I don't know if it's enough to move the needle, but it's a step in the right direction. Give me an idea of the numbers. What does it mean for coal in your county anyway?
Oh, so I think it's a 285 megawatt power plant. You're looking at about 1.5 million tons, give or take.
Yeah.
We used to mine 490 million tons till 2016.
Oof.
We been running about 200 million tons. We've lost 50% or more of our coal production in less than 10 years. So, Campbell County uses about right around 7.5 to 8 million of its own coal tons, and the rest is shipped. So every little bit moving the needle doesn't hurt us. Definitely can help us a little bit, but we really need to build coal generation out. We don't have a choice. We have to build out all new plants. To really help out Campbell County, you would need 45 Campbell counties being built right now, which is about 1 gigawatt of load.
And I just don't know if we live in a time where that aggressive coal build out could happen. I'm looking at export as the only solution.
Export could bring about 20 million tons, but there's only so much you can take out at so much of a price. And stepping back from that a little bit, we spent 35 years not building hydro, nuclear, or coal. Our base load is severely tapped out. It can help coal a little bit. We can buy time with coal. My position of coal is that be nice. We keep on building, but at present rates and our units are 50 years old, 45, 50 years old. At some point, we're going to need a place where these plants can't run economically no more. And we know that in that decline, that's going to hurt Campbell County and hurt the state. We need to right size our governments. We need to right size our tax base to support nuclear if they come in here. They got to pay their fair share in taxes as well as the digital centers. Otherwise, states can be in a bad pocket and bad place, and a few communities will make money off it.
Some say talking coal in Wyoming is living in the past. All right, we'll live in the future. Nuclear, should that be part of the build out? And especially when we see the Bar None situation, you got Radiance is basically didn't exactly roll out the red carpet. They went elsewhere. You've got real nervousness and ill-informed citizenry regarding nuclear waste. And while Utah, our neighboring state, we're going to have a guest on later today, is going to talk about the first arrangement to accept foreign nuclear waste from Canada going on in Utah. So Utah's going full-bore nuke and Wyoming's still toeing the water.
So the interesting about the nuclear, so first thing, it's not the Department of Energy, it's the Department of Nuclear. That's where their background comes from. So we all watch, and I've been diving this thing for quite a long time. I've been in nuclear power plants. I've been in the energy industry for 45 years. I get it. The biggest concern is we know the federal government wants to do something about their waste issue, okay? And they want to get rid of it. We know it's in the West. We've been studying their meetings, their minutes, their reports, their studies. We've been digging in. I think my last printing was about $400. We print this stuff, we bring it out, we take a look at it, highlight it, dig through it, try and figure out what the entire process is. And they want to get rid of it, and they want to get rid of it in the West. Okay, that's obvious. Bringing in waste from outside the state alone or much else our country, I do not want us to be a waste repository because the federal government could not get their act together for 30, 40, 50 years. And the other concern as well is that they put a tax on a tenth of a penny of a kilowatt going back to 1982 because they promised the utility industry that they would have a repository built by 1998. This did not happen. Yucca Mountain wasn't ready. Well, Yucca Mountain was counseled by Barack Obama. At that point, then they went to court and they sued, and now the utilities do not have to pay the tenth of a penny a kilowatt. So who takes care of the cost of this waste? So when you got Radiant coming in or Terra Power or anybody else, they're not paying for their waste disposal. And then there's also, and then we could talk about this on the Saturday sometime because there's a whole process going through this that, we talk about the citizens not being informed. Well, we got a whole bunch of people at the top of the food chain that if they know about some of the stuff that goes on, they would be a different point of view. They'd be asking more questions. And we're just simply vetting the process is all we're doing. We're vetting it and saying, hey, what about this? What about that? I don't want to wake up one day and find all this stuff sitting in my state. And one day they're going to put it on the ground because when it comes here, it's got to go underground. That's a final study they've done. So some of it can't be put on the ground 50 years because it's warm, it's hot. It's 400 to 700 degrees. So there's a whole bunch of technical stuff here going on. There's a whole bunch of politics going on. There's some people. I was told by somebody said, well, I'll be $1 billion company, and this is great money for Wyoming. Well, I don't know what we're going to do. We better tax the heck out of it because it's not going to fold over to cover severance from coal. Sorry about that.
Nuclear future. Yeah, there's a lot. It's not a bite-sized issue. You should get on with Jeff on Saturday, by the way. We have Jeff Rickett doing Saturday show, Cowboy State Daily, where you can really flesh it out more. Going back to taxes, the property tax relief that we saw for 2 years, 50% cut. Are you hearing anything of what may go on at this upcoming budget session beginning February 9th? Further cuts? Is this issue done yet? What would you like to see with property tax relief? If you cut here, you got to reduce spending there. That's for sure.
I guess I'd like to say let's right-size government. I mean, we can't have everything we wish for.
Yeah. And
we do get what we want is exactly what we need. We're going through our county now, and we're looking at the accounting processes where the spending's going and what is being done, and have an honest conversation about what we really want and what we can afford, and quit adding stuff to it because it's always a game, right? We'll have legislatures in our chambers here on next week or so, and we'll be sending out talking to them what we'd like to see. We're cognizant of what happens if we lose this base. We're in good shape as Campbell County, not good shape, but we can get by. We know. We know we're well funded in our entities when it comes to Campbell County, and we're watching that.
Commissioner Jordan, Campbell County Commissioner, I wonder how many counties around the state that are working on their budgets. I wonder how many of the commissioners, the makeup of their boards, the commissioner or even town councils, how many of those electeds have an accounting background, a CPA-minded, budget-minded approach like you do. Very often electeds get elected because they say things in the newspaper that sound great. Right. They offer everything, and that's why they're in office. It's tough to be the guy who says, we should say no once in a while.
Well, I grow tomatoes for a living, you know that, so I can say no to a lot of stuff. But the reality is, we understand that we're looking out there 5 to 10 years. When you have a chart that's laminated on your office wall that shows all the power plants left burning coal, it shows their expiration date, and you look at the severance tax, realize where that's coming in. You look at your state budget, realize look at the Craig reports and all the other reports. You realize, oh man, somebody better get their head out of the sand and start paying attention to this thing. We were looking out there to right size our county government. Right now, Jerry Means, myself, and several other commissioners, we're looking at repairing all of our buildings. We'll do $8 or $9 million a year in repairs for the next 4 years. Get them back up to speed. We've had issues with people with these massive facilities, $35 million facilities, when they got a roof blowing off, and on a $50 million building, and we just can't. So educating the public, not just the voter, but also the people who have the wants. Educating them stuff.
Yeah, similar to, YDOT, trying to keep up with aging infrastructure, bridges and dams and stuff like that. I've also seen in Teton County a lot of SPET money spent on buildings and projects. And then you're like, well, we have to staff them. There are ongoing costs. There are maintenance. And when those bills come due, man, you're like, oh, wow. Even
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
I mean, even federal grants, federal handouts. I know in Teton County, they gave us a slew of buses for our transport system. And then careful what you wish for, careful what you get gifted from D.C. There's price tags to everything.
And that is a challenge because, where society's not used to fixing our stuff. We just go buy new.
Yeah.
It's up and down the food chain. It's not just people on the bottom and people on top. It's just the entire society that does this. And we're not here to deal with those issues. We're here to right size our government and keep our taxes. I mean, if we keep our mill levy down by 1 mil, we run into a pickle, we can raise it. But it seems insane if my legislature cuts my taxes by 50%, why would I raise my mill levy? That's what they cut my severance tax for coal to help out the coal mines. Why would I raise my mill levy and stick it to them? You look at people and you're like, we're not playing on the same team, coach. You got to find me a new team, coach, because these guys aren't playing to win. They're playing to do their own gig.
Well, you folks in Campbell County, you don't know how lucky you are to have Commissioner Bob Jordan, fiscally prudent-minded guy.
We're blessed to have Campbell County. We've got some great people here, and great departments are helping us through this stuff. We just hired a whole new crew of ladies who are number crunchers, and fantastic bunch of ladies, and they're diving in on this stuff, and it's huge for us.
Very good. Well, thanks for being on. And as we get into this budget session next month, we'll need to hear more of you, and we'll get you with Jeff, get you on a Saturday, talk nuclear.
I sure will. Thanks, Jake. I catch up.
Thank you, Bob.
Thank you. Bye.
Commissioner Bob Campbell, always talking taxes, budgets, right-sizing government, and a little bit of nuclear and coal as well. The old energy and the new energy. We got to take a break. I think Andrew Rossi's on the way right after this here.
News happens at any time, any place. That's why at Cowboy State Daily, we're dedicated to the stories that matter, with reporters stretching from your hometown across Wyoming and beyond. It doesn't matter if it's happening in Yellowstone, the capital in Cheyenne, or the most remote slice of Wyoming. With over 150 years of combined journalism excellence, if it affects Wyoming, it affects you, and we've got it covered. Upstream from the herd, we're Cowboy State Daily.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
You know you don't have to wear your PT gear anymore, right?
It's comfortable.
So how's civilian life treating you?
It's fine.
When I got out, I didn't want to admit that there was anything wrong because I felt like a failure. And then I realized, there's nothing to be ashamed of. So I started talking to someone. Maybe you are fine, but if you're not, it's okay.
Thank you.
If you or a veteran you know needs support, don't wait. Reach out. Find resources at va.gov/reach.
Logan Wilson here at the M Building in Casper, Wyoming. They do more than just support businesses and private events. They support nonprofits by offering reduced rates to help the community thrive. The staff here at the M Building have been incredible in helping me organize a fantastic event. They are great partners for those who want to make a positive impact on the community. Come check out the M for your next event.
Hate is loud. It gets clicks. It gets attention. Hate, however, is actually quite small. But love is the majority. Filling up something far more important than any feed. Love fills our hearts, our lives, our every day with understanding, empathy, and compassion, leaving hate to become what it truly is, a whisper.
Yeah, that's a groovy Friday feel, huh? Finally Friday, Cowboy State Daily Show. Good to have you along with us. Andrew Rossi scheduled in this time slot. And Andrew's got the weather story of the day. That's part of his jam. Weather meaning wind. And that's all you need to know about today's weather forecast for Wyoming. East of the divide, you are blowing away. If you don't nail it down, you'll find it in Iowa by morning. It is blowing over there. Janelle says, looking forward to seeing Casper Planet later. I know, I'm so excited to talk to Justin. Casper Planet making its inaugural appearance on the Cowboy State Daily Show. What a perfect combination of the silliness and fun of Casper Planet and the silliness of fun of this show. The silly meter will be off the charts. I could do This Day in History if Rossi doesn't make the scene. And I don't see him. Let me do a double check. Sometimes when I start This Day in History, it does prompt our expected Zoom guest. So let me see if that works. Andrew. This day is, of course, January 16th. And these things happen on this day in history. We got a pretty full slate of things that happen on this day, beginning with John C. Fremont, appointed governor of the, and there's Rossi. Right on time. Something about this day in history that, causes guests to get with it. Andrew, what's happening with you? Are you back in Wyoming soil?
Yes, I am. Although I was on Montana soil when I was Zooming with you on Wednesday.
Yeah, that's okay. DMAD does the same, David Madison, but Montana, we like Montana, good state. I'm seeing the story as promised, the $300 million rebuild plan to get the north entrance road fixed up after washed out by flood. In this case, we always see the federal government come up with options whenever they have a spending plan or a big project like this, but you sense they're really leaning heavy on the one and only option. And I hope that's what goes through. How do we decide what option is chosen?
Well, the best we can do as the public is just submit public comments, and that period is open until February 4th. So all of the documentation that I saw at the presentation in Gardner, that's going to be posted online. There's an excellent video that I shared with you that gives you a bird's eye view of what the center alignment looks like. And they're pushing that one pretty hard because the other two are more expensive, they'd be more intrusive, and they'd be more disruptive, and there's no guarantee that they would work as well as the center options. It's kind of cool. It's what's been happening for the last several years in Yellowstone, where the park officials, including Yellowstone Superintendent Cam Shawley, they're looking at this old infrastructure that hasn't been updated in 50 to 75 years, deciding it needs to get done and is worth the investment, and thinking, instead of just redoing what's been done, how can we make this better and more resilient? And that's what they're trying to figure out with the North Entrance Road.
What's the old Gardner? Why not keep traffic coming up or down, up, down on the old Gardner Road? What's the downside of that other than that might flood again?
Yeah, well, the big thing, which old Gardner Road are you talking about? The current old Gardner Road or the old Gardner Road that was in the canyon?
The one that's not going to be in the preferred option, like the do nothing option.
Oh, yeah. So
First
the
alternative.
problem with that is that the old Gardner Road, as Cam Shawley put, is a bureaucratic miracle. It was built in 4 months right after the June 2022 floods. And I remember covering the opening and following that whole process. It's an immense achievement, but it was never built to last. So it's not built to last 50 years or even 20 years. They said they could expect to get an 8 to 10 year lifespan out of the current road before they'd have to go in and rebuild it. And if they were going to make that the permanent option, then they would have to do a bunch of significant things. Like, I don't know if you've been on that road, it's very curvy, very windy. The grade changes significantly, can get very steep. And they want the new permanent new road to have a gradient of less than 9%. It doesn't get any higher than that. So if they were going to make the old Gardner Road permanent, they'd have to do a significant amount of improvements to it. And that's the only way into Yellowstone from Gardner, which is the second busiest entrance into the park. So you're talking about major disruptions to traffic flow while that's getting done, because it's not like you can do that. You can't wait till people aren't using that road. It's one of the only roads in the whole park that stays open year round. So it's going to be disruptive no matter what. At least with the other two options, those can proceed with relatively minor traffic impacts.
So I was a little surprised to learn about how popular that entrance to the park is. The south entrance is the one I know, use all the time. I would have thought the west or the east entrance rather from Cody was bigger, or West Yellowstone. I didn't know this one is the big deal. This is why we're seeing all the why a video was made. The movie of the making was made. Okay, I get the OGR alignment. It worked for a while. It worked and did what it had to do, but we can't expect that to be long term. What about the canyon idea? That's the one that could have a potential to flood again, or why did the Gardner Canyon idea might not be the favorite of NPS?
Well, you can see what happened in June 2022. I mean, the canyon alignment literally follows the road exactly as it was.
Yeah. And
even if you can make it much more resilient to 500-year floods, which all of these options promise to do, you're also talking about a road that's directly up against the wall of a canyon. So you're talking about the issues with landslides and rock falls and all that sort of stuff. And I think anybody who's traveled through the Wind River Canyon or some of the canyons outside of Cody, just anywhere where there's a canyon, it's a problem. And if you have a rock fall, it can be a significant problem. So they're trying to avoid that altogether by basically threading the needle by not going as high as the old Gardner Road, but also not going as low as Gardner Canyon, and just making a route that snakes right through the middle. and has that resiliency and has less of those mitigation issues. And probably the easiest thing for more fiscally minded people, the center alignment also costs the least amount. They're thinking that the Canyon and Old Gartner Road improvements, if that's the way they go, would cost over $300 million, while the Canyon alignment would take the shortest amount of time and cost around $250 million. Now, granted, money isn't the object. They have the money ready in an account that's good to go. It's been earmarked. It's just a question of what's the best option to pursue. And they're really pushing the center alignment pretty hard.
Yeah, that's Andrew Rossi. He was up in Gardner for the actual Dog and Pony Show, and they really laid it out, including a nice YouTube video. The preferred option here, the cheapest and best, and I'll take Cam Shawley's word for it, me personally, in the Park Service, because I'm not a road engineer. But you have time to chime in, let them know what you think, and let's just get an entrance going so people from Montana can enjoy the first national park.
Yeah, and they encourage all the public comments, because during the meeting, a lot of people brought up things that they had considered or they hadn't considered to the same depth that a lot of people were concerned about. Like, there are a lot of questions about how the sewer system between Mammoth and Gardner is going to be installed. People were questioning how they're going to get access to certain spots in the park and how much of a priority that is. So it's important that if people want to say in this, they submit those comments, because those will all be factored in when they release their final decision in early June. But I'm with you, Jake, or early summer rather. But I'm with you, Jake. Cam Shawley's had one of the most eventful, if not the most eventful, tenures in Yellowstone's history as a superintendent. So I think at this point he has a pretty good idea what he's doing.
He's had to do a lot more than just babysit a few bears like the first super did. He's been busy, man, in his term there. I think hearing from actual user groups, maybe wildlife photographers from Montana, we know a bunch of those. If you're a frequent visitor of the park, concessionaires, employees, what are their concerns? What could they bring to the table that maybe the Park Service, some bureaucrats in D.C. haven't thought of? Your chance to weigh in and get there. What's going on? Meanwhile, let's go to the complete other corner of the state. Let's go down to the southeast, where this is the kind of weather today that has semi-tractor trailers laying down to take a nap. It's blowing, man. Holy cow.
It is. I just saw some posts from, I believe it was the National Weather Service office in Riverton. They've already detected wind gusts of up to 75 miles per hour and some higher in places like Douglas. So it is blowing across eastern Wyoming today. Nice and calm in Cody, and I assume it's pretty calm where you are, because the western half of the state isn't supposed to be impacted by this storm, but eastern Wyoming's going to get blown all over the place.
Yeah, is it Black Hills Energy said be prepared. They may have to shut juice off if things get real bad, because power lines come down and then, oh, man, with no snow on the ground.
It's happening. We're becoming California.
We are. We're taking cues from how they do it in California. Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, and for those who aren't aware, California does these periodic power outages because if there's high wind events, there's the risk of power lines being blown over. And if you have a power line being blown over in a dry environment, that just increases the risks of wildfires tremendously. So if there is a wind event and they're worried about the power lines, they're going to cut the power to mitigate the chance of a fire starting.
One last thing, Andrew. We talked to you Wednesday, and I didn't ask you this, but then I guess I ran out of time or forgot. Let's talk about that big blue water slide at Helly's Teepee Pools, particularly the repurpose of it. It came down the other day. It's lived its life, 34 years of summer fun. It's now going to go on to become new things. What kind of things? I heard you telling Mac Watson what it's going to, the parts of it are going to be used for.
Yeah, people can be pretty ingenuitive when it comes to using those sort of things. So I spoke to the general manager at Helly's TP, and he didn't know exactly what everybody was going to do with their slide pieces, but they were primed pretty quickly. The things he heard was that somebody was planning to turn one of the pieces into a doghouse, so it should be a very spacious doghouse.
Yeah.
And then someone else was planning to use it basically as a feeding trough, so it can put grain and other food in it to keep it off the ground to feed their livestock. So don't be surprised if you're driving through Hot Springs County, you see a bunch of random blue structures that have popped up with weird curves. That's the old Helly's teepee slide, because I mean, it's not in good enough condition to continue being a water slide, but its fiberglass is pretty durable and it can still serve a variety of purposes long after the fact. And that slide, it was at Helly's Teepee for 34 years, but it's probably upwards of 50 years old at this point because they had acquired it from a water park in Billings before moving it to Thermop.
Oh, so you really own a piece of history. That's pretty cool. Instead of just burying it or getting rid of, they found an actual, like, they were able to did they auction it off or give it away or what?
Nope, they took it down. They said first come, first serve, come get them. And people did. That's the Wyoming way.
I like that. I like that a lot. I just wish I claimed my piece of the Helly's water slide. Dang it.
I need a new bed frame. I could have used one too.
I know. I got to have you get some for me and drive it down here, Andrew.
Will do.
Or I'll have Jackie. I'll get Jackie on it. She's in Thermop.
Oh, yeah, that's better. She's closer.
Thanks, Andrew. Have a great weekend.
You too. All
right. Andrew Rossi, Cowboy State Daily. We got a new entrance to Yellowstone National Park. Second busiest after what I'm sure is the south entrance, judging from the lines that are always there. $300 million project just waiting on approval. Cam Shawley and the National Park Service ready to go with the center alignment plan. All right, I'll buy that. Hey, it's time for news. Now we'll see on the other side of that. Cowboy State Daily Show Friday continues.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. The governor's policy director told members of the Joint Appropriations Committee on Thursday that their advancement of a proposal to kill the Wyoming Business Council was, quote, crazy and nuts. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports why he used those terms.
Randall Luthi started off talking about the respect he has for the legislature, but he said, this is nuts. This is crazy. He is the governor's policy director, former speaker of the state house. He was saying this is just a very big rushed effort. And then another policy person from the governor's office said, we want to work with you on improving this agency over the course of the next year. We want to not drop this on the people 3 weeks before session at 4:30 on an afternoon.
The bill's next stop is the Wyoming legislature, which convenes in a budget planning session February 9th and can modify, reject, or pass the bill. If Governor Mark Gordon, who has defended the agency, vetoes the bill seeking to kill it, the legislature would need a 2/3 majority to override his veto. Body cam footage from nearly 5 years ago in Sheridan between 3 police officers and a disoriented man have created outrage on social media. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that the video maker says the man suffered a stroke and underwent brain surgeries and was not treated properly by police.
He was actually experiencing a stroke, according to reports that are now pulled together in this online viral video that purports to tell the story of a man who appears in his 40s and is really disoriented. And quite frankly, he's treated really well by law enforcement.
Attempts to reach the video's creator were unsuccessful. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. This winter driving safety tip from WYDOT reminds you don't crowd the plow. WYDOT's plow drivers work hard every winter to make sure travelers can safely reach their destination. When you come up on a plow, slow down. Give them space. Only pass when it's safe to do so. This has been a winter safety driving tip from the Wyoming Department of Transportation.
I'm Brady Thornock. I manage my family's ranch here in Uena County. Ranching teaches you to think long-term, and it teaches you that Wyoming stays strong when there's real work here. That's why I'm building a data center on this ranch with a Wyoming company called Prometheus Hyperscale. This project will create thousands of Wyoming jobs, and it will use Wyoming's natural gas resources. We need to build Wyoming. I'm doing this for the future of Wyoming.
Build Wyoming with Prometheus Hyperscale. Go to buildwyoming.com.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. A massive Canadian cold front bringing gusts of up to 75 miles per hour and single-digit wind chills will clip eastern Wyoming on Friday. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that Black Hills Energy declared an emergency public safety power shutoff watch in some areas due to high fire risk conditions.
So Black Hills Energy is taking this action as a precaution because when you have high winds, there's a chance that power lines can blow down. And with as dry as eastern Wyoming is, there's a chance that there could be wildfires.
Meteorologist Don Day tells Cowboy State Daily that the subsequent cold front will be like another slap in the face of winter, but the strong winds and cold temperatures won't be carrying much, if any, snow. It'll be like all the fun of Wyoming's winter without any of the much-needed moisture. A Cody man was sentenced to 4.25 years in prison on Wednesday for possessing 28 weapons, including pipe bombs and a machine gun, while he was under a protection order. Cowboy State Daily's Dale Killingbeck reports that Ronald Bailey said he's the victim.
A Cody man that was in U.S. District Court here in Casper seemed to try and convince the judge that he was a law-abiding citizen. He had been told by a judge previously when a protection order was issued against him that he could not possess weapons. He told the judge in U.S. District Court on Wednesday that these were all collector items and, he was going to give them to his sons. And the judge told him that it seems that you love your guns more than you love the law. He was sentenced on 2 counts. 2 counts were dropped. So the 2 counts that he was sentenced on, he got 51 months each, and those are concurrent. So he's going to spend about 4.25 years in a federal prison.
Ronald Thomas Bailey appeared with his attorney in a striped prison suit and shackles before Judge Scott Skavdal. In October of 2025, he pled guilty to charges of possession of a firearm by a person subject to a court order and possession of an unregistered firearm. And that's a look at today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
There is a road laid out for me.
Boxes everywhere. And this is going to be Addie's room.
I am blind,
You're really gonna like it.
I hope so. Yeah. I know this road is there for me. There is a long way.
First night here, but Amy seems cool.
Waist down by the river. I am blind, but I need not see.
I got this.
I know how long it's there for me.
Okay.
If I'm really free, take me down to the river and wash me. Oh.
Cowboy State Daily showing up finally Friday. We're going to get the governor in here, Governor Mark Gordon, popping on the show. Here's where we are in the budget session, which kicks off next month, February 9th. Governor submits his 2-year budget. Joint Appropriations Committee takes a look at it and gets out the big red pen and starts slashing even more. The governor turned in what many say was a lean look at a budget, but not lean enough for some at the JAC. Governor Mark Gordon is here. Let's start with Wyoming Business Council. Your policy advisor, Randall Luthi, in using what he said were restrained grown-up words, called it crazy and nuts. What he saw from the Appropriations Committee and their defunding of the Wyoming Business Council. And then, boy, like a day later, just saying, you know what? Our real intent is to get rid of it. Holy cow, Governor.
Yeah. Well, good morning, Jake. Good to see you. I hope the weather's up there is nice. We finally got a little bit of snow, a lot of cold. Feels a little bit more like January. Maybe that's because our Appropriations Committee left us in the deep freeze, so to speak. Who knows?
Right. He took the heat with him. Oh, my. Yeah, maybe the heat misers. Wyoming Business Council. Now, they were asking, I think, in the neighborhood of $111 million. Josh Durrell was on the show yesterday. In your budget, you almost halved that with what you had earmarked, yet you're still a fan of what they do. So explain what you were thinking and your reaction to the idea that some want to just get rid of it.
Yeah, well, Jake, I think it's an easy target. They built up a kind of a narrative around, what it doesn't do, and people don't remember that when CARES money came, the outfit that actually made sure those CARES dollars went where they needed to was the Business Council. And you look at their track record, we haven't had an audit. They did a phenomenal job. We built meat packing in this state, all around the state, with grants that came from that. A lot of businesses, some right there in Teton County, were able to stay afloat because of what the Business Council did. You look at the track record of bringing Weatherby here, bringing a number of other companies here. It's just not true that they haven't accomplished anything, and that's what's really unfortunate. I think in the heat of the moment, it's easy to talk about these things, and the narrative kind of gets started and gets rolling. It's like this really ridiculous. I was thinking about it this morning when you were talking about it. That old movie with James Dean, and they're driving as fast as they can to the cliff and see who runs over. That's feels a little bit the way that we are right now. Yeah, our good friends in I call them Club No, but they're out there, hawking this idea that we're at a fiscal cliff, and they're going to manufacture it. If we don't invest in the ability to get more businesses here, if we don't work on economic development, economic diversification. I've been there. I was here in the 70s and the 80s, and I remember what happened when we lost the most important leg of our stool. And so I hope wiser minds kind of prevail. The agency was brought about because back in the 80s, we all passed a constitutional amendment that said we need help. The legislature can set aside a certain amount of money to help out businesses. I remember a number of those failed. A few of them survived, Gill Windows, for example, but most of them failed. And that's when people like Lynn Freeze were put on the board to say, let's bring some discipline to this effort. And now we're kind of letting the chickens run. And I think it's not a particularly wise move. You don't do these kinds. It's sort of fun. You look at Elon Musk and his chainsaw and all that stuff, and I guess it's good for theater, but it's not necessarily good for government.
Yeah, and I don't know Wyoming has the kind of waste that D.C. supposedly had when you watch the doging. We've watched energy revenue curtailed, trickle in really over the last few years. Indications now in a new administration in D.C. that's going to be on the improve. We saw great numbers from what Kurt Meyer is doing, the treasurer, a return on our investments. Are we in the dire straits that requires what you could refer to as reckless slashing from the appropriations?
Yeah, no, we're not. We really wanted to focus on what were the essential things, and really get people talking about what's essential to keep Wyoming afloat, keep it working, keep it moving forward. Really, that was the main thing. We left nearly $500 million, on the table that we were recommending. Some of it go into permanent savings. That's a tradition. That's, what Wyoming is, a conservative state. We set aside money for savings. And, I think a lot of times I've heard this before in sort of the political discussion. And why are we saving all this money? Well, the reason is because Kurt Meyer, the treasurer's office, I did a little bit before that. Cynthia Lummis did a little bit before that. We built this into a program that returns money to the state, which offsets the services that people in Wyoming have. Over $900 million came back. It's been one of the top three sources, and a couple of times the top source of revenue for the state. So we're doing pretty well. And it's it's unfortunate that you manufacture this crisis so that you can run against it, and the theater involved in it. And I think it's really short-sighted. You look at some of the things that they're trying to cut. it took a while. I worked through my administration to make sure that our university became a premier research university. We wanted to make sure that we could drive economic development, help grow, take a look at nuclear industry. We wanted to make sure that you could come to Wyoming and do more than just mine uranium. You could actually be an engineer. You could actually help grow this very important and increasingly important part of our energy supply.
I want to talk about the cuts to the university, also state employee wages. But just two more things on the Wyoming Business Council. One, before the talk of the Appropriations Committee, you had already took a cut. Gave a cut to Wyoming Business Council. The ask was $111 million in that neighborhood. You suggested less. Was there an indication, do you think, with some legislators that just showed on your half that, well, that's the governor's office saying he's sort of half-hearted on the agency? Or did you just demand cuts really across the board of a lot of things?
Yeah, Jake, we came down to what I will refer to as the essential pieces. And I think the Business Council, they look at what's going on in states around us. States around us put so much more money into economic development. That's why Texas is taking all these things, why Arizona is taking all these things, Montana, it's a big deal. And I think they were looking at their neighboring states and say, hey, if we're going to be competitive, if we're really going to bring businesses here, we're going to have to be able to come to recruiting businesses and expanding businesses and say, we're here to help you. And I know this is a lot of money, but that's what it's going to take to be competitive. I think that's where they were. And I was, in my view, we're not quite there. You need to build the case on what this is going to, on how this is going to work. And I had really worked on, I've built businesses during the doldrums. During the 80s, I built 2 businesses and grew them. I ranched all the way through that. I've worked for a Fortune 500 company. I kind of understand how you develop businesses. And one of the biggest frustrations to me is that we always look to state money. And if you'll remember, when I first became treasurer, I don't think anybody had ever said no to any kind of economic development. And I said no, because this particular project, which was a hotel in Casper, wasn't going to make it. That was the discipline that we were supposed to bring. And I took a heck of a lot of guff for doing that. And I told the Business Council, look, every community is going to come with some little idea. And it usually starts with, give us $1 million. There's $30 million in the back here. If you just give us that $1 million, we'll be able to do it. That's not economic development. What is economic development is, here's a company that understands what's really valuable here in Wyoming. They need to be able to, make it better and grow it. And they're not going to ask for a lot of state resources. They might ask for help with permitting. They might ask for help with moving and things like that to find good people to work for them. But they don't lead with, give me $1 million.
We're talking to Governor Mark Gordon. Yesterday, the vote of the Appropriations Committee, a 9-3 vote to basically 86 the Business Council. Still, we have to see whether it has legs and will fly on the House floor, the Senate floor. If it does and lands on your desk, would you veto?
Yeah, Jake, I never promise any particular bill or not. We did ask, and I'll be really serious about this. Doing this stuff slapdash the way they did just is bad government. What a person should do if they really want to see something different, they should understand what the Business Council does, what all 40 of those employees that they've put at risk actually do for the agricultural sector, for the energy sector, for small businesses, for Main Streets, for all of these programs that are inherent in that in that particular agency. They should understand that. And so we ask that they say, look, if you want to reset, no problem. Take a look at it. Let's figure out what we're going to do. But this wholesale cut is more for theater, more to say that they're, cutting the budget of the governor than it is really responsible governing. But, here's the thing. I grew up on a ranch, and I can remember Dad saying, a 7-year-old kid, I want those 300 head of cows. Move through that gate. Son, you go out there and do that. And sometimes it worked. Other times the cows came back over the top of you. And, what could you do? You don't throw your hands up and say, Dad, I can't do it. That wouldn't have worked. You had to go back, gather them up again, and try again. And I think that with the legislative session before us, with people waking up to how sort of silly this is, and how shallow, really, quite frankly, shallow, they'll have a good chance to be able to rethink it. And we're happy to work with them on that. That's what Wyoming has always done in the past. We have the separation of powers, but we do work together. We have a different culture now.
I hope at the very least when this comes up, this piece of legislation, that we do see it aired out, everything. Let's see the report card. Let's see the successes and where improvement can be made with the Business Council. Let's see it all aired out at the very least. Hopefully that comes up in February at the budget session. What about the cuts to University of Wyoming? That's our only 4-year university. They were hard.
Yeah. Well, there again, and I think one of the disappointing things here, there's sort of been scuttlebutt that this was what they were going to do and so on and so forth. It wasn't transparent. They just sort of dropped it. I'm glad they dropped it before the session. It gives a chance for people to understand and be able to speak up. Some of the things that are at risk, no more tailgating. I mean, I guess you can go down for a D2 game and we'll do something if we have the guts to do that. Some of the leadership that we've done in various things beyond just agriculture, those things are cut. I put together the ag initiative because we needed to complement ag the way we have been working with energy, with digital assets, with computers, with tourism, with all these things. And it shows. I think there's a thesis that the Freedom Caucus is sort of put forward, which is we need a lot more CTE. We do. There's no question. We need more people having CTE. We've put that in the RIDE program. We've put that in our education program. It's there. I think people ought to have that. It's part of what we've had traditionally. But the notion that we're just going to build a whole bunch of technicians, a whole bunch of welders, a whole bunch of electricians, and people are going to want to move to Wyoming is misguided, because it's a lot easier to get that education. This is what Wyoming's been doing for years. We educate people better than almost any other state in the nation. And then they go find jobs in Colorado or Texas or Arizona or North Dakota, you just name it. And that's what's really unfortunate. We've got to figure out how to be able to not only build that workforce, but build the businesses here that are going to keep that workforce.
Governor, that sort of touches on the last topic, and that's the buzzword of the day. That's brain drain, out-migration, and it concerning state employees. To watch state employees run off and work for another state and have to rehire, you might be spending more money than what you're proposing to stay competitive with the salaries for state workers.
Oh, that's absolutely true. Not only do you then have to up your salary for new hires, but the turnover and the training and the fact that you lose efficiency because now, the workforce that's been there is spending half their time training the new person, and then the new person gets to move on. It was so, I appreciate this. We have worked very hard to be able to bring salaries up to kind of what's competitive. We're still 2 years behind. We'll be 4 years behind if this passes. And let me let me be honest, we've worked very hard to make sure that we recognize snowplow drivers and troopers and all of those people that this group has also recognized. But if we don't have the other people that have the experience, the caliber, the knowledge, just look at IT, for example. That's another cut that they did. We're amazing in that we have we have one of the lowest fraud rates in the nation, but it's with one of the oldest pieces of software that is no longer supported. And if we can't upgrade that, we really run the risk of raising that fraud issue, because it'd be harder to track these things. And so it's really frustrating to me that you make all of this effort to make sure that your employees are fairly compensated, and we've made big strides, and then it gets pushed back. The other thing, Jake, that I think is really important, I've heard Chairman Bear talk a lot about per capita. Wyoming is always a wonderful per capita issue. Teton County during COVID was always in the red. So was Niobrara County. Niobrara is the lowest population in the state. It had one case. And so, we were in the red because the percentages per capita were huge. But I don't think people understand that if you look around Wyoming, this is, state and local employees is what he's quoting. The school district is probably the largest employer in that district, or in that county. After that, there are a number of county hospitals. That's another huge employer. In the counties that have correctional facilities, another huge. In the counties that have health department, those are huge things. They're there because those facilities are there. Wyoming's actual workforce is pretty small. And I think it's unfair to try to do this on a per capita basis. And I know there'll be pushback on that and everything else, but the fact of the matter is we have longer roads, we have bigger areas, we have to cover more districts and things like that. There's a cost of being bigger. And when you put the per capita numbers there, it's something we should always be aware of. We should always make sure we have a lean workforce, which is why we're now 250 people less than when I took office. This is what I think people in Wyoming need to be really conscious about. So I think one of the issues is it's nice to play with numbers on spreadsheets. So I think you're going to hear the Joint Appropriations Committee sort of trumpet they've cut $1 billion from the governor's budget. Well, they've moved capital construction. We still have to spend that money for capital construction, but it's not necessarily in the budget. They took out the rural health transformation stuff and put that in a separate bill. So it's technically not part of the budget. But if you're like most people who are sitting around a kitchen table, there's the mortgage payment, and it may not be part of the household budget, but you still have to pay for that. And when I think about summer EBT, or I think about SNAP, these things that they've cut, and I remember people saying, look, rent eats first. We're going to have to pay the rent, and we'll try to figure out what we can do after that. Wyoming's better than that. We've never been that parsimonious, was a word that Governor Warren used in almost one of his very first addresses. We need to be thinking about our people.
In our brief chat with Governor Mark Gordon, you may get the impression that Wyoming is dire straits when it comes to the budget and all things concerning the budget as we head into the 2-year session coming up next month. But we're actually probably better hedged against the boom bust cycle Wyoming is known for because of the investment fund and the returns on that, because of the work of Treasurer Meyer and this guy who was treasurer before governor. Yeah, so I'm happy for that. Governor, thanks for being on. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Governor Mark Gordon. Let's get back here with Justin Hathaway. We're going to Casper Planet right after this.
Let's face it, mornings are tough. Gotta get up, gotta get the kids ready, feed the dog, the cat, every other living thing in your house. Oh, get caffeinated. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of work. But you also want to be informed, catch up on what's happening in Wyoming and the world as well. Hear from the newsmakers of the day. That's why Cowboy State Daily has The Morning Show with Jake. Jake Nichols talks about the news you care about, not some ponderous, overwrought, inside the Beltway show that's syndicated out of New York or LA. You want the news that's going to affect you and your life. Jake interviews not only the newsmakers, but the deciders, the people who make the decisions for the future of Wyoming. Plus, you'll hear the stories directly from our award-winning reporters from Cowboy State Daily. So make sure you start your day off the Wyoming way with Cowboy State Daily's Morning Show with Jake Nichols. Monday through Friday, 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. Stream it on our homepage. Watch it on YouTube. Cowboy State Daily's Morning Show with Jake. Oh, and don't forget your car keys.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I don't think that many kids in my son's school even do it.
He makes fun of his friend who vapes.
He would never try it.
She's into soccer.
She's on the honor roll.
She's just not the type.
No way.
No way.
No way.
No way, my kid would never vape.
Get your head out of the cloud. Today, nearly 8,000 kids will start vaping. Maybe even yours. Learn about the dangers at talkaboutvaping.org.
Life's daily battles are not meant to be fought alone.
We're not powerless, so long as we don't lose sight of what's important.
Don't be afraid to seize that moment to talk to your friends.
Cloud, you okay?
Because checking in on a friend can create a safe space.
The first step on our new journey. You coming?
Reach out to a friend about their mental health. Seize the awkward. It's totally worth it.
There are a lot of words I would use to describe my daughter. Kind, strong, hilarious. When I think about how much she's experienced in her life, on a journey that we're now on together as a family,
I'll make you something to eat, okay?
we can't help but be inspired by her every day.
Hey, Mom, we're about to start the movie. Oh, yeah, I'll be right there. Okay.
So really, we're the lucky ones. Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org.
Yeah, let's get to it. It's Casper Planet's Justin Hathaway. So excited to now make you a part of the regular cast of characters. This is going to be fun. Justin, who occasionally goes by the name Evelyn. Are you Evelyn? It's an inside joke. Only telemarketers want to know if you're Evelyn. Justin, first off, I got to ask, how'd you get so funny? For those of you who know Casper Planet, the satirical news site, careful what you can believe reading there. All of it, none of it, I don't know. But you're a funny dude.
Yeah, I'm the youngest of four brothers. So that helps.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. That's definitely one of the things. So
yeah. You just have a great eye for what could be news, what should be news, and you just love your take on it. If you are not one of the believers, you got to get there, man. Casper Planet. There is a website, but I think it's just to reinforce the fact that you're real to the Facebook people, to Meta, to Zuckerberg. I mean, that's a question of mine. How do you do what you do in today's environment of fake news? Like, Facebook's ready to throw everybody out of there if they think you're not real.
yeah, that's true. They won't do a lot of things for me, but I embrace it. I just run with it, and people enjoy it. Comments,
yeah,
fantastic, and I think that's the only reason it's still around is because of what it generates.
Oh man, you have an allegiance of faithful for sure. Let's talk about some of the news items. For instance, like, it's not all fun and games. It's not all silliness. There's some serious stories on Casper Planet, including I am really worried about winter tortoises. They have now made recently the endangered species list simply because Wyoming hasn't had winter yet. And without winter and snow cover, the winter tortoise just, I don't know what the future is for the winter tortoise.
Yeah, I don't know if they're going to survive. It's going to be touch and go for a while.
That was good. The EF6 tornado. We are probably under EF6 tornado watch today. Holy cow, it's blowing.
It's blowing really hard. I mean, people joke about seeing a garbage can flying down the street. I was driving from Glen Rock this morning and saw a dumpster. So it was a big one.
Yeah. You sometimes have to check yourself. I love you snoped yourself on this story, the F6. Fact check, is this story real or is it fake news? And geologists did confirm a prairie being erased is not currently recognized as an outcome of weather. I love that post, the whole story about... You've got to see it, man. If you want to know what we're talking about, I urge you, Casper Planet, Facebook, and the fact check on the story that an F6 took out, erased, or altered terrain.
Yeah, lots of arguments on that one.
All right. Now, how much time do you spend doing this? How have you monetized it? Please tell me how, so I can generate some income out of it. Unless you're OnlyFans and you're really filling out a bra, I don't know how you make money on Facebook and Insta. You probably have a day job or a night job.
I do. I have a full-time job. I make maybe a few bucks a month off what I do on Casper Planet. It's passion. I love it.
Right. He's not in it for the gravy. All right. Well, I'm glad you do. I'm glad you do it because it is fun. And I think if we merge our forces, Cowboy State Daily with Casper Planet, just think of the number, the analytics we could generate. We would be noticed. We would be viral.
Yeah, 100%.
I'm already running a little bit of a viral something, but it might be the flu. It might be, yeah. So I wanted to play a game. I want to have you on. We're going to have you on regular. And I want to play that game sort of like what they do at Wait, Don't Tell Me. Do you ever listen to that NPR show?
I have not.
Oh, dude, you got it. So what they do, they have a panel of judges, and they give them 4 news stories of the day, of the week, and 3 are totally bonkers and made up. 1 is real, and you have to spot the real. Now, we can take 3 of Casper Planet stories and slip in 1 Cowboy State Daily story, and let's see if anyone would know. We could have like callers call in and win prizes and stuff like that. For instance, these are the stories of the week. Which one of these stories is true? Wildlife biologists confirm existence of giant coyotes. Coyotes in Wyoming are getting bigger and bigger, approaching like wolf size. Also, a previous capped oil well suddenly the other day began spewing lava. Is that of a concern? A hidden Cold War base was discovered in a remote part of Wyoming, recently redecorated. Does somebody know something we don't? And finally, a calendar challenged bear refuses to hibernate. Which of these stories is true?
Do I get to play?
Yeah, I mean, you're ineligible. This story about the coyotes, is that doing well for you? Like, do you have a way to measure what is... That story has to be working. It was so funny. When I first saw it, again, how many times have you fooled me? I don't look to see that the feed is coming from Casper Planet. I'm like, coyotes are getting bigger. Yeah, I thought so. I've seen one the other day. It was huge. And you got me again.
Yeah, that one got shared to a lot of animal rights groups, which to me, that's really funny. But that one blew up. I got a lot of messages for that one. So.
Yeah. How much of your day do you spend explaining to people what it is you do who aren't in on the joke?
Not too much. I kind of just keep going.
Yeah. If you answered every email from someone outraged by whatever, you'd never get anything done. That was a pretty funny one. Does spewing lava? See, the thing with this is, Justin, you're not like that off the reservation. The stuff you pick that could happen. Like, that sounds real.
That's the thing that I go for all the time. I don't put like flying zebra giraffes. I make something that could be believable. You never know.
Yeah.
Could be.
And I might be able to think of one of these a month. I don't know how you generate that. But like, seriously, you might a lot of time driving probably in the pickup truck. Where do you get inspiration? How many you got waiting to go? Or do you sit down and say, oh man, I really need one today and it's not coming?
I have a lot of thinking time at work too. So that helps. But I mean, I've always had what I call diarrhea of the brain. So it just hits.
Yeah, me too, which is why I turn the mic on and for 4 hours every morning, I just let it rip. Okay, so what else? What is the most first off, when did you launch? When did you first start doing this, and did you envision it would be what it is now? When did you start?
I started it in 2016. And so I've been doing it since then. I don't know. I didn't expect it to get super big. It got to around 40,000. And then next thing I know, Cobras. So
40. Yeah. I'm telling you, the impressive number. We're jealous at Cowboy State Daily. We watch the numbers being generated at Casper Planet, which is why we had to reach out and say, Justin, come on the show. Let's cross promote. We got to get a piece of what you're getting, and we'll give you the small piece of what we get. And we'll create this big media empire in the Cowboy State.
Exactly.
So what is the, say you started in 2016, you probably don't envision it's ever going to get to where it is now, and we're just getting started. I mean, where it's going to go, we'll find out. But what was the one story you can think back over the years that like, wow, this took us to the next level?
The Devil's Tower has tree roots.
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah.
That one, that was one of my favorites. First one to go global. That was fantastic. Flat Earth people went crazy with that one.
Dude. New ground penetrating radar shows evidence that Devil's Tower is a big, giant petrified tree, has tree roots. Again, so believable in the way you flesh it out and write it. And then if these stories become viral, if they go that big, there's follow-ups, right? Do you ever follow one up with another story or no?
I used to not follow them up. I used to just leave them.
Yeah.
Let them boil.
Yeah.
But now it's more enjoyable now to do a follow-up. Like I did a follow-up to the coyote story. The furry. I don't know if you remember that one. The guy from Colorado that identified as a wolf furry.
Oh, yeah.
So I started doing follow-ups to some of those good ones, but sometimes it just has to hit me. It just has to feel right.
Yeah. Justin Hathaway is with us, Casper Planet. Find it on the Facebooks. I'm on it right now. Facebook, just, type in Casper Planet. If you're not already subscribed, make sure you subscribe. Your chance, you'll be eligible to win. No, you can't believe anything I say or that you read in Casper Planet. Not really. One last thing, Justin, is do you foresee or have you already encountered any challenges regarding what you're doing on Facebook is kind of what you see a lot of now with AI deep fakes. I see video every day. I see a video of something that, I kind of know is not true, but I can't really tell. And you've been walking in that since 2016, but now these Johnny-come-latelys with AI and what people are able to do with fake videos, some of it is nonsense, some of it is dangerous. Like, we shouldn't be seeing this in our news feed. So I don't know. Is that an extra challenge? What does that mean for you?
It is kind of challenging because some people use it that's not a good way to use it. I create my images with it, obviously. So much cheaper.
Yes. Yeah.
And I do have an AI editing. A lot of people call me out and they say, "Oh, it's wrote by AI." But if you write a story, you copy paste it, you throw it in there, it corrects it. And all of a sudden it's labeled AI. It's like, well, whatever. I mean, you could go into AI and have it create a story, and they're not good.
From scratch, right? They're not. Yeah, it's not good.
No.
Or you can use it, just to double check yourself, polish something you've created, and it gets labeled as AI. Yeah.
Yeah, they call it out. It's funny though. I enjoy it. It's one of those things. I've been doing it for so long. I think that's why I'm pretty decent at it.
Well, I mean, we've everybody at Cowboy State Daily, we take notice. We try to think that we're real news, serious news, and then you come up all the time. We're like, we love Justin. We love Casper Planet, what he's doing. Every day is April Fool's Day, Casper Planet, April 1st, when you're reading the news. Dude, let's do it again. Let's be regular with it, and I will do more of the game. Which of these news stories is real?
Yes.
Because it's hard to tell. Justin is trickery.
I'll come up with some more.
All right. Have a great weekend.
All right. Thank you.
Cowboy State Daily is Justin Hathaway. He's the guy behind Casper Planet. We'll be right back.
JB Hunt now has CDLA truck driving jobs in the Cheyenne area, and they're hiring Class A drivers for a local dedicated route. Drivers can make $78,000 a year and be home every night. Plus, medical benefits after 30 days on the job, also earning paid time off on your first day, and enjoy other perks like a company-matched 401k. As a company founded by a truck driver, JB Hunt is driven for you. So head to drivejbhunt.com to see the JB Hunt difference. That's drivejbhunt.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Who can you turn to for news you can trust? Your local TV and radio broadcasters. You trust us to keep you safe during times of crisis and to deliver the weather, sports, and entertainment you rely on every day. We bring you the facts you need to make decisions that matter. And as misinformation floods social media, you can trust your local stations to deliver the truth. Text TV to 52886 and tell Congress you rely on your local stations for trusted news.
You handle the healthcare, we'll handle the marketing. In need of a spark for marketing your medical practice? Loom Studio provides creative and strategic healthcare marketing that illuminates the path to bigger and better experiences for your business and your patients. We specialize in branding and design, social media, website design, SEO and SEM, not to mention content creation, public and media relations, and marketing metrics to ensure you're getting results. If you're looking to increase your patient engagement and retention, enhance your community impact, and streamline your marketing efforts? Our team is ready to help you achieve your goals. Contact us today and learn more at loomstudio.com.
I'm Chris Jakimick. I served in the United States Air Force and I deployed 3 times. So in 2017, I was serving as an Air Force First Sergeant. Our motto in that role is my job is people, everyone is my business. But unfortunately in that year, I would lose my own brother, Lance Corporal Adam Jakimick, to suicide. The majority of veteran suicides are from guns. I store my weapons securely, not only for myself, but for my family. My service never stops.
We're back to it. Cowboy State Daily Show. Yeah, I need a producer. Y-Dot has a photo I'm supposed to look at. I can't get it to work, Mac. Meanwhile, let's get David Pope in here. That's the... David! Oh! What are you wearing?
Peyton Manning and the Broncos.
Oh, man.
Absolutely. Why? What now? Are you one of the Josh Allen fans?
I'm afraid so. I mean, not necessarily Josh. I built the bandwagon. I'm from Western New York, so yeah, I had to be a Buffalo Bills fan. In marching band in high school, I marched on that field that they're now going to get rid of, and they're going to the new stadium. But yeah, I've been to lots of Buffalo games. Buffalo fan, big game tomorrow, though.
Oh, yeah. And I have to tell you, I'm a big Josh Allen fan. I love what he did here. I love what he's done there. So this is tough for me. And in order to balance things, one of my business partners, Nicole Young, she's a UW grad. She is a big Buffalo fan because of Josh Allen. Her and her husband are going down, and they've got a couple of our seats tomorrow. So it's balanced, and it's tough when you're here because you love. It's just difficult to know who to root for. I am a 45, 50 year. Like a 55 year Bronco fan. So it's tough for me to change allegiance completely, but still, you gotta love Josh.
David Pope is a longtime season ticket holder for the Broncos. You mentioned some of it's a lot of us are going to have to decide our allegiance tomorrow in the playoffs when the Bills and Broncos meet. For those who have had one foot in each camp, you might be asked to decide. Maybe not. Maybe some friendly wagers at the job site. But I'm guessing you might have purchased your season tickets with Bitcoin, with Frontier stablecoin. That's what I want to talk about. That is so neat. There's so much about it, David, that I don't understand. But I do know that Wyoming is out in the lead. Are we the first state to come up with our own coin, the Frontier stablecoin, FRNT?
Well, and I have to make a quick clarification. It is not a coin. It is a token. And there's a reason for both the name and the structure. It's a different structure because you're not buying a coin. What you're buying is when you get a Frontier stable token, is the right to redeem it for $1. That's really it. It's kind of like buying, I don't know, in the analog world, it's a gift, like a gift card or something like that. You are getting a right to redeem for $1. The U.S. Constitution says that states can't produce their own currency. So we can't do that, and we're not doing that at all. All we're doing is holding money in trust and you can use the Frontier stable token however you want, within legal reason, but it is still not currency.
David Pope by day, by night, he puts on the cape, the Denver Bronco jersey, and he's a big Bronco fan. By day, CPA, Commissioner, Wyoming Stable Token Commission. The governor put that committee together and to get going on blockchain, financial technology, digital innovation tech, and Wyoming's out in the lead on this. Is any other state working on their own token?
There are a number of them that have started working on it, but as you know, this is something where a legislature has to get involved. So let's say you're looking at Texas. Texas, their legislature meets every 2 years. So anything they start now and take to the legislature, I think this is a session year. I'm not sure, but if they take it this year, then it has to be passed, then it has to be put into place. Their commission or their version of the commission would have to be organized. They'd have to hire people. They're at least 2 to 3 years behind, in my estimation. There are a couple of states that are, oddly enough, a little closer. New Hampshire, I think, is one of them, and Utah has expressed some interest. And there are some states out there. But what we'd really like to see is a group of states get together and form some sort of multi-state coalition or something like that, because the more the states get involved, the more power we have as states, because in the end, we're buying U.S. treasuries. And we will have more buying power, more ability to make money off of it if we are all working together.
For any other states interesting in following Wyoming's path, get in line, watch how we do it. David, I got to say, some things I know, like I know football, and I know Josh Allen does not want to throw Patrick Surtain's way. That's dangerous. But I don't know anything about this FRNT, this stable token. For instance, I'll read this off the website, and then you can tell me what the heck I just read. The Frontier stable token is a Solana blockchain. It can be transferred across multiple networks using Stargate interoperability platform. It is currently supported on Arbitrum, Avalanche, Base, Ethereum, Optimism, Polygon, Solana. What am I talking about?
Well, blockchain, there's not just one blockchain out there. There are a lot of competing blockchains, and blockchain is really at the heart of it. It's the combination of a database and a digital ledger that is hyper secure. In the, what are we at now? 16 years, I think, that Bitcoin has been around. The Bitcoin blockchain, the blockchain itself has never been hacked. And so that is a testament to, if you have a true blockchain, that's a testament to the security of it. Now, the layers that are built on top of the blockchain, which are the user layers, they have been hacked because there are, then you start dealing with things like passwords and ordinary security and stuff like that. But the blockchain itself, the ledger has remained immutable, and it is fascinating. And that's what brought me into it originally, because I'm an accountant. You got something that has a ledger that can't be changed. I love it.
Yeah. And that part of that aspect of blockchain, when I first heard about it and learned about it, was very, very interesting. So tell me, this stable coin, what does it mean? It's designed for individual retail use and institutional use. How so? Give me some examples of how we could use the stable coin.
Well, right now, starting out, what stable coins and stable tokens are used for mainly are things like international transfers. Right now we have what's called the SWIFT system. When you go to your bank and say, I want to send money to a company in Germany because you're buying a truckload of products, the money is transferred via an international messaging system and a system of credits and balances between the country, between the nations, and between the companies, and all of that. That can sometimes take up to 5 days to clear a transaction like that. And so that's a fundamental weakness, because in that 5 days, Germany's or the euro dollar can fluctuate against the US dollar in a big way. So the company you send it to could, after it clears, could say, you need to send us more money because your money isn't worth as much anymore.
Yeah.
So what this does is it provides a way, an electronic transfer that can happen in less than a minute and settle in less than a minute. So it increases the speed, the efficiency, and the transparency all across the system. So that's what it's being used for now. And you talk about retail use next. As we move along, I often use the analogy of the iPhone. The iPhone didn't gain prominence because it was a phone. There were millions of competitive phones back in 2007 when it came out. What it did was it provided a platform for application use. What we're doing is we're building an infrastructure in Wyoming that will provide for apps to be built on top of that infrastructure so that people can go out and use the Frontier Stable Token to buy coffee, to buy houses, to buy, really anything on a retail level, if that's what the consumer chooses to do.
Yeah. I want to know more about this. I want to talk more about it. We're out of time for top of the hour, though. David Pope is one of the commissioners on the governor's Wyoming Stable Token Commission. We just released the Frontier Stable Token. Wyoming, the first to do so.
Go to Kraken and buy some.
Yeah, real tech-minded dude. Everything about David Pope other than the Orange Crush, his Bronco allegiance. Yeah.
Go Broncos.
David, let's talk next week, and I'll talk you down through your misery after the Bills put the beat down on. But
Sounds good. Thank you.
We'll talk more Stable Token as well. Thanks for being on. Have a great weekend. Go Bills. Go Broncos. Cowboy State Daily. We got to get out of here for news now. Let's do.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. In what he called a win over China, Senator Ogden Driscoll advanced a proposed $16 million state-backed loan to bolster a rare earths processing plant. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that one industry rep says this is truly Upton versus China. This is how Wyoming pushes back against China.
Element Resources is really chomping at the bit to get this money to finish making a more permanent processing plant there in northern Wyoming. And their lobbyist, Jeff Doherty, said this is truly up in Wyoming versus China. This is how we in Wyoming push back against China. If it's successful, it would give a base here in Wyoming for people to run rare earths through. China has its own facilities. And also, these are for building tech components. And so there's a little bit of a tech race, a little bit of a national security component, whereas Wyoming is having this session, these talks about, do we interject ourselves in business? The compromise they ultimately came to was, okay, we'll offer a loan so that rare earth companies can apply for the loan rather than a grant.
If the entire legislature approves release of the loan, Rare Elements Resources, which is operating in Upton, Wyoming, may have to compete against other businesses in the industry to win it. But Senator Driscoll said the money would help the company install its more permanent processing plant. A 19-year-old Casper man was sentenced to 8 to 10 years in prison on Thursday for the stabbing of a 17-year-old boy over a mutual love interest. Cowboy State Daily's Dale Killingbeck reports that the victim's mother said that her son will have the scars from the attack for the rest of his life, and the stabbing punctured both lungs and damaged his liver.
District Attorney presented 3 videos at the sentencing hearing, and they showed the victim and the defendant coming out onto the porch, wrestling one another, and they go down these steps. And during that time, the victim was stabbed, but altogether he was stabbed 5 times.
The mother of the victim, Ashley Humphrey, recounted how she was called at work and told to go to the hospital, where she found her son with injuries so bad it visibly affected those who were in the hospital. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. This winter driving safety tip from WYDOT reminds you don't crowd the plow. WYDOT's plow drivers work hard every winter to make sure travelers can safely reach their destination. When you come up on a plow, slow down. Give them space. Only pass when it's safe to do so. This has been a winter safety driving tip from the Wyoming Department of Transportation.
I'm Brady Thornock. I manage my family's ranch here in Uena County. Ranching teaches you to think long-term, and it teaches you that Wyoming stays strong when there's real work here. That's why I'm building a data center on this ranch with a Wyoming company called Prometheus Hyperscale. This project will create thousands of Wyoming jobs, and it will use Wyoming's natural gas resources. We need to build Wyoming. I'm doing this for the future of Wyoming.
Build Wyoming with Prometheus Hyperscale. Go to buildwyoming.com.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. A massive Canadian cold front bringing gusts of up to 75 miles an hour and single-digit wind chills will clip eastern Wyoming on Friday. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that Black Hills Energy declared an emergency public safety power shutoff watch in some areas due to high fire risk conditions.
So Black Hills Energy is taking this action as a precaution because when you have high winds, there's a chance that power lines can blow down. And with as dry as eastern Wyoming is, there's a chance that there could be wildfires.
Meteorologist Don Day tells Cowboy State Daily that the subsequent cold front will be like another slap in the face of winter, but the strong winds and cold temperatures won't be carrying much, if any, snow. At a hearing in Washington, D.C., U.S. Representative Harriet Hageman told Fish and Wildlife Director Brian Nesvik that grizzlies need to be delisted because they are mauling too many hunters. Outdoors reporter Mark Hines reports that Nesvik agreed and says he believes the grizzly population has recovered.
Brian Nesvik, former Wyoming Game and Fish Director, now U.S. Fish and Wildlife Director. Harriet Hageman, our Republican Congresswoman. They were in a hearing in front of a subcommittee that Harriet Hageman chairs, and they kind of got onto the subject of delisting grizzly bears. They've both come out and said in the past they really want it to happen. Nesvik didn't really change his tone from if it happens, it's probably going to be a couple years.
Nesvik appeared before the subcommittee to speak about his goal over the next 2 years to open new hunting and fishing access on 16 federal wildlife refuges. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
And we're back, Cowboy State Daily, after the news break on a finally Friday. Mac Watson's with us. Mac, I just need to take a breath this morning. Woo!
Has it been hectic?
This week, which is, I mean, it's a good thing. It's hard to juggle it all, but look at the news of the week. Concerning the Appropriations Committee and their budget slashing ahead of the session. You've got Chairman John Baer, who, boy, he is going after Wyoming business. Not just him, but he is in the news. He's the chair of that House Appropriations Committee. He was on the show this week. You've got Senator Ogden Driscoll, who is on the other side of the Wyoming Business Council thing, saying, look, I'm not the greatest fan of them, but I don't want to do away with them. He was on the show this week. And then you got the governor, who... he and his policy advisor are saying, what the heck are they doing?
Would you say the governor is not happy with the...
Would you say that? Kind of not happy. Randall Luthi said, I'm going to use my grown-up words and restrain myself. It's nuts. It's crazy. I'd hate to see what his other words would have been. Yeah. So we've had them all on all week, which is great for the show.
Absolutely.
I mean, this is where you come to discuss what's going on in Wyoming, really. Yeah. I mean, and that's the power of what we do, you know. We let people know, we let people react, we let people, you know, find out what's going on. I did not know there was, and maybe I've got my head in the sand. I didn't know that there even was this movement to kind of do away with the Wyoming Business Council and waste and fraud and all that kind of stuff. I had no idea that people felt that strongly, that they were like, well, we're only going to give you this amount of money. No. We're just going to do away with it. You know, so Josh Durrell is sitting there, you know, the CEO of this whole enterprise, going, what is happening? What is happening? But I had no idea, after consulting a couple of people, that there is this movement of that's going to be a target, that's going to be a target, and now the Wyoming Business Council. That really surprised me.
Yeah.
And how much people think there is a lot of, you know, waste of money, taxpayer money that is in Wyoming. But here's the deal. Here's the thing. And this is so true. If you don't attract, how do you get? Does that make any sense?
Yeah.
If you don't put stuff out there and have seed money to entertain or to have people start businesses, how do you get businesses? I mean, almost every town has some kind of entity that tries to attract business to their town. What I would assume the Wyoming Business Council is doing a pretty good job, but if you get rid of the entire thing, then what? Are you only setting yourself up down the road to not get business that we so desperately need? Because, look, we've got 500,000 people. We don't have the brain trust that we should. And so I thought the Wyoming Business Council was helping to get business here and help, you know, to get, you know, people off the ground and you know, help people to attract more people to this great state. If you do away with that, where are we in 10 years? I don't know. I don't know the answer to that.
Yeah, we hear a lot of negativity, not enough positivity. Here's what you don't want. What do you want? And good point, Mac. If there has the seed money, here's my terribly inappropriate analogy. If the game plan is to have a massive wildfire, where's the lightning? Where's the unattended campfire? Where's the tow chains dragging on the ground? Somewhere there's the spark. Wyoming Business Council has been successful in creating a spark for business development, for startups, stuff like that. And you're right. I didn't hear it wasn't like a much maligned agency. There was some whispers and rumors ever since Freedom Caucus got going, and then that turned into wow, let's do away with them. It was surprising.
Did you talk to Josh Durrell from the Wyoming Business Council? He had to be taken by surprise.
Yeah.
I would assume he would have woken up to an email or a phone call or a text and gone, what? I mean, that's like somebody coming into your office going, we're shutting this down.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. We do good things here. No, shutting it down.
Yeah.
Can you give me a reason why? We just don't like what you do.
Yeah.
I mean, really? I mean, is there scandal involved? No. Is there, is there some kind of massive waste? I don't think so, but you're right. You need that spark, and that spark was ignited by the Freedom Caucus.
Yeah, he said he had been in communication with some lawmakers when they don't like certain things, like I didn't like your grant or a loan to this.
Yes,
and I didn't see it work. He's been talking about that, and he's been talking about.
And not everybody's going to agree with everything.
He's like, how can I do it better? How can we tweak? He never thought like we're just slamming the door on the whole thing.
Right. I mean, people have tried to get me fired for decades in my career, on radio. But you don't shut down the entire radio station. That's the thing I don't get. Okay, you don't like if Josh gave a grant to, I don't know, the Society of Paraplegic Worms. I don't know, buy them all wheelchairs or whatever. I don't know. Well, address him. You're going to shut down the entire organization? That to me is a little, okay. on one hand, I see where people are coming from that, this has been going on for decades and government just wastes money. We're going to do something about it. Yeah, but, you want to clean up Medicaid? You want to clean up Medicare? Oh, there's rampant waste and fraud. We're going to take away money from. Okay, are you ready? When there was a movement in the 80s to shut down certain things and have certain people, I'll just say that, not being taken care of. Well, guess what? We had a bunch of people who became homeless. A bunch of people who became homeless in the 80s because of government saying, okay, we can't have this anymore. Let's shut these programs down. Do you understand the unintended consequences? So you shut down the Wyoming Business Council, and I'm not saying it's, a saintly, I'm not saying it's a saintly thing. I'm not saying they're doing God's work, but, well, how do we attract business? How do we have an ambassador to go out to these tech companies, these energy companies, all these companies, or people inside the state going, hey, let's start a business. Let's bring this state money. Do you know what the unintended consequences are? I don't know if they do.
Sometimes to get something started up, yes, in Wyoming it takes a little infrastructure, a loan, a grant to get it rolling. Yeah, that's bingo. But the Business Council has been great in that way. And yes, some of these cuts we're seeing proposed by the Appropriations Committee in 9-3 votes seem reactionary to an impetus that I don't. What are they reacting to? I didn't know the Wyoming's the state of the economy was that bad. The budget, the governor turned in a pretty lean budget. What is the what is the reaction? Yeah, seems out of measure.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. It is throwing the bathwater. You're right. And the thing, I was talking to somebody down in Phoenix, a buddy of mine in Phoenix, and we were talking about NIL. And I know this is kind of a weird analogy, but he said, are you prepared for them not to fund NIL? And he wasn't really talking to me, but he's like, is your state, are University of Wyoming alums prepared to be a Black Hills state? Are you prepared to be a Carroll College? If you don't fund these things, the money doesn't come. Why does Coca-Cola spend billions of dollars on advertising every year? To have people buy more Coke. Why do people put all this money into ad campaigns? Why do colleges put all this money into NIL? Because they want to attract people, athletes, that will heighten their level in the conference, on the national stage, blah, blah, blah. Wyoming should be a major player in certain arenas like energy and high tech. Well, you need seed money. You need people to come together and say, okay, how do we get this done? Like you said, maybe give them a grant, maybe give them a low interest loan, maybe get them started so that they can then, I don't know about you, Jake, but I know some parents that, the parents bought them a used car when they were 16 to get them started so they could drive, or maybe your parents paid for some or all of your college to get you started to become an adult. You don't want a failure to launch. I don't want to see Wyoming become failure to launch because, well, you gave a loan to something we don't agree with. We're shutting the whole thing down. Wow. Okay.
There does appear to be a little bit of spiteful in the cuts, certainly a little bit of spiteful in the cuts to the University of Wyoming. You talked about the NIL money. There was some $6 million earmarked toward that lawmakers said, we don't like it. Being the Appropriations Committee, at this rate of funding for the University of Wyoming, we'll be playing football at the D9 level. Whatever
Kiwi.
We'll be playing high school teams.
There you go.
Beating up on them.
And like 5 or 6 man teams. You know what I mean?
Right. The Dubois Rams versus the Wyoming Cowboys. Yeah, maybe.
There you go. The homeschoolers of Park County.
Speaking of,
we'll play the University of Wyoming
football tomorrow. Who are you going for, man?
Man.
You've got to decide, Mac. Come on.
This is Sophie's Choice, right? I mean, this is this total movie. This is Sophie's Flippin' Show. If you don't know what that is, it's an old movie. Go watch it by Meryl Streep. Wonderful. Do you dance with the date that brung you? The University of Wyoming. That's where we live.
Yeah.
Or do you go with the team in the NFL that you have been maybe allegiant to for many, 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 many years, and you're starving for another trip to the Super Bowl? Do you root for Josh Allen, University of Wyoming product, or do you root for Denver Broncos, which is just one state away? Oh, okay. My wife's going to kill me.
He's going to say right now.
I'm rooting for the Broncos.
Oh!
Rooting for the Broncos. I know my wife's a University of Wyoming law school graduate.
Yeah.
Wonderful institution. I hope my daughter and son go there. But I got to tell you, and this is my old sports director at my old station here in Cody. He was the one who turned me on to Bo Nix. I never saw Bo Nix coming out of the University of Oregon, and my sports director at the time said, "Watch this guy." And then when the Denver Broncos picked it, because he was at the University of Oregon, but he played for like 5 years. He played all of his eligibility. And we kind of sort of knew Josh Allen by year 2 at the University of Wyoming. And then, of course, went to the NFL and but nobody had Bo Nix, or very few people had Bo Nix.
Yeah.
And then Sean Payton comes to Denver, and it's just this, I guess, this meeting of the universe or whatever, that just these things come together at the universe, from the universe. And I've been a Bo Nix fan. Every time I think, rookie quarterback, he'll never. Oh my, wow! Look at him winning. Second year, sophomore year. Oh, sophomore slump. He's gonna have no. They are on a tear. So I hate to say it, and I was a big John Elway fan growing up as a kid. Even though he shunned my Baltimore Colts, he totally pulled an Eli Manning and refused to be drafted by the Baltimore Colts. I wanted him to be a Baltimore Colt so badly. I gotta go for the Denver Broncos. I'm sorry, University of Wyoming. I'm sorry, Josh Allen. Not that he ever invited me to his wedding.
It's wrong answer. Anyway, our judges were looking for Buffalo Bills. Dude, come on!
Oh man,
it's you've
been a fan, so you're invested.
Yeah.
You're invested. I didn't. I grew up in Maryland. Baltimore Colts, Baltimore Ravens fan. But my sports director turned me on to Bo Nix, and I've become a real fan of this guy.
Yeah,
I really have.
He's good.
And he's good, and with him and Sean Payton, it reminds me of Sean Payton and Drew Brees again. Not that Nix is a prototype of Drew Brees. He's not. But these two guys work well together, and we've seen it for the past 2 seasons now. They're going to lose this. They're going to lose this. They've lost before. They won with 2 minutes to go in the fourth quarter. What? We've seen that time and time again. They know what they're doing. So I hate to say it, Denver Broncos. I don't think it'll be a blowout though. I really don't. I think it's going to be a really close game.
Yeah. We had Jeff Gelati on yesterday. He was saying Bills 35-17. I don't think it'll be high scoring. I think it'll be low scoring and close. Definitely.
Yeah, and I'm worried about your Bills because of the defense.
Yeah. Oh, it's terrible.
Can they overcome?
Answer
no. Aren't they injured?
They're injured and they're bad. When they're healthy, this is not a good defense.
Yeah.
They can defend the pass sort of well, but no, they're banged up. Bills are banged up, including Josh Allen. And our defense is horrid, but weather should not be a factor no matter what it does in Denver. Denver loves winners. So do Buffalo. So does Buffalo. But elevation, I don't know. Elevation is always a concern for teams going in there at Mile High.
Right. The one game you need to worry about if you worry about weather is the LA Rams.
Oh, yeah.
The LA Rams play in a dome stadium. They're in LA. You really think that Chicago winter? Oh my goodness.
It's going to be, and it's supposed to be, super cold there.
And I love where people say, well, Matt Stafford played in Detroit. He was in a dome stadium too.
Yeah.
Come on.
Come
on.
Weather will factor in this
There you
weekend playoffs.
There you go.
We got Aaron Brown of YDOT coming on. Weather will factor into your travel today, especially if you're driving a semi.
Absolutely.
Thanks, Mac. Have a great weekend.
All right, I'll talk to you Monday.
All right. Mac Watson, Cowboy State Daily. We'll be right back.
Welcome to The Jake Show on Cowboy State Daily, Wyoming's daily dose of raw, unfiltered, and occasionally uncomfortable truth.
I don't do talking points. I do reality.
No spin, no fluff, just Jake. Local issues, national nonsense, and zero BS. It's truth, sarcasm, and grit, shaken, not stirred.
I just call it like I see it, and I see a lot of Let's just say I see a lot.
From the capital to the county fair, if it matters to Wyoming, Jake's got something to say, and he's not asking permission.
The West was built by people who weren't afraid to speak up. I'm just keeping the tradition alive.
The Jake Show, weekdays on CowboyStateDaily.com and wherever you get your dose of reality.
Not for the easily rattled, perfect for everyone else.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Nestled between Casper Mountain and the North Platte River, you'll find the heart of Wyoming. With a bustling downtown centered around our outdoor haven, Casper is for adventurers, freedom seekers, and rule breakers who find beauty off the beaten path. So if touchable history, a vibrant community, and uninterrupted outdoor recreation define your travel itinerary, allow us to welcome you to the one and only Casper, Wyoming. Plan your trip at visitcasper.com.
All right, look at you taking the stairs. Who are you?
Where are your lungs? We are proud of you for quitting smoking, but you still may be at risk for lung cancer.
A routine cancer scan can detect it early when it's more curable.
Good to know. Well, I gotta go somewhere.
So do we.
So do we.
Listen to your lungs. Get a routine screening that could save your life. Talk to your doctor and learn more at savedbythescan.org.
I think I finally found.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, Mason.
Hey, Mason.
Got a new house. It's looking pretty cool so far.
A place that I call home.
I'm teaching Louise how to cook some lasagna.
It only takes a spark to make a fire start.
Thank you.
Study, please.
I think I finally found a place to make my own. A place that I call home. This place that I call home.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a finally Friday, and the perfect day to have this guy on, Aaron Brown from Wyoming Department of Transportation, because it's one of those many days, high profile wind warning. What do you call them officially? We call them colloquially days where semi-tractor trailers take a dirt nap. They lay down and they go to sleep. Yeah, careful. The wind is blowing, Aaron, and I don't know if truckers just ignore it or are ill-informed, misinformed, or if they just say, hey, man, we're going to try it. I got to get this load to California. What? How could you not get the message? It's one of those days, though.
It really is one of those days, Jake. And first off, thanks for having me on again, and I really appreciate it. When it comes to ignoring the closures, it depends, and everyone's different. You know, some folks might just not be aware. Either they're missing the signs, or they don't have the app to check on that stuff. Others are thinking, you know what, screw it, I'm going to try it. And others may be having their dispatch, you know, just tell them, you know, either get there or you're done. And And so it depends. And either way, us Highway Patrol, we're gonna, if something does happen, we'll be there to make sure you're okay. Make sure you get off the road safe, and if need be, yes, issue citations. Which if you do get blown over and it's found, and this goes for civilians as well, civilians, your motoring public, not just commercial carriers. It goes for anyone hauling a trailer or an RV. If you get blown over when there is a wind closure like this, and right now, to give you an idea, between I-80 and on I-80 between Cheyenne and Laramie, we're seeing a gross weight, vehicle weight closure of 50,000 pounds. That means anything high light profile under 50,000 pounds is you're not supposed to be on the road. Now, we're not going to be pulling over every semi on the road or something like that. However, if you get blown over, we get over there and it's very clear. You have an empty trailer. It's an RV, which even your biggest Class A RVs only go about 30,000 pounds. You're going to get a citation for that, more than likely. And that citation, you're talking $1,000 right there.
Yeah.
And especially for semis, you're talking about a $10,000 tow.
Yeah. And if you're a commercial carrier, all those Amazon packages, whatever you're hauling, that's a loss. Then your citation. Yeah. Normally I hear like the 20,000, maybe 30,000 pound limit. 50 that means it's blowing. Ooh.
It really is. And you can look at those gross weight values as kind of a power level almost for wind. The higher the weight goes, the stronger that wind is. That's the highest we're seeing in the state right now at 50,000. I-25 is varying along the road, depending where you are, between 30 and 35, but it's pretty safe to say it's close to anything under 30,000 right now. And even if it's not closed, we're looking at slick roads. We're looking at icy, slick conditions for much of eastern Wyoming right now.
Yeah, again, and that for me always reminds me of the cruise control. I-80 was built with cruise control in mind. I get it.
Yes, it was.
But yeah, when you hit that patch of black ice, cruise control is going to be your greatest enemy.
It really is. Black ice, we're seeing black ice all over in various places, even roads that aren't closed due to winds. We're still seeing some black ice, even in western Wyoming. Highway 28 right now, I know, has some black ice on it, according to the app, the 511 app, which, by the way, folks, that is something you want to download, whether you are a commercial carrier or part of the motoring public or just a Wyoming resident who commutes, from one town to another, going on a trip, doesn't matter. Download that Y.511 app. Those maps are invaluable to being prepared, which is the big key to making it through these storms, is being prepared and making those right decisions. But what we were talking about with the black ice, you don't want to use that cruise control. Slow down, check conditions like we talked about, and don't drive distracted. Just don't put the cell phone down. Just do not drive distracted. If something happens, I want to commend a lady. I didn't get her name, actually. I was on a ride along with one of my sergeants. It was a windy, snowy day a couple days ago on I-80, and there was a truck on the side of the road with their flashers on. And we thought, okay, let's pull over and make sure she's okay. She was fine, but she was making sure she wasn't driving distracted. Her dog had jumped into the front seat and into her lap. And instead of trying to fix it right then and there, she simply pulled over, put her flashers on, pulled over, and got the dog settled in and was back on the road. And that's just a wonderful way to do it, is just make sure you are not driving distracted, because it's already bad enough on the highway, but you add in black ice and wind, and it's even worse. Yeah,
that was a smart move. Take note. Aaron Brown of Y.511 app. You want to download that. Also, while you're on the interwebs and doing the cyberspace thing, maybe make sure you subscribe to the Interchange newsletter, where you'll be informed about all things Y.dot, from seasonal closures to repair updates to highlights of the heroic efforts of Wyoming Highway Patrol. It's all in their Interchange newsletter. Let's talk about plow. Don't crowd the plow. That's always the message. We're not doing a bunch of plowing this year, but presumably we will. Give me an idea, Aaron, of how many are you fully staffed up? Who are these plow drivers? It's seasonal work. How many plow trucks are out? Does the state own or have in control of? And any incidents yet this year? We hear about 9, 10 plows getting hit every winter season or more.
I believe we've had one plow strike so far this year that I know of. However, I am with Highway Patrol, and as such, we don't really actually have privy over the plows. We work with the plows, but it's the larger YDOT at large that actually does all the snowplow numbers and all that. So I don't actually have that information in front of me right now as far as our snowplow fleet goes. What I can tell you is we are ready. Our troopers are ready. And we definitely don't want folks crowding the plow because that's going to create even more issues than not. Don't crowd the plow, slow down. And it's for both plows, crews working on the roads, emergency vehicles, slow down, move over, and just make sure you're staying out of the way. The plows, especially, one of the most dangerous things about crowding the plows, especially when they're actually plowing that snow, you have that cloud coming out from that shovel they have, and that can really cause some issues with visibility, and especially on a 2-lane road. Maybe not the interstate, but like a 2-lane highway, that can really be a dangerous situation if you're crowding the plow and can't see what's coming.
Those things create their own weather. Yeah, they can be something, man, if you're behind them. Aaron, let me ask you about people following their GPS religiously. I'm guilty of it occasionally, taking what is supposed to be the preferred route. And, it could be something harmless like driving right through a neighborhood you don't need to be driving through, or on a road that's closed, or really we know in Wyoming you shouldn't be on at all this time of year. Does it happen a lot, and what can we do to guard against it?
To guard against getting lost with GPS. Wow. So the first one's going to sound maybe a little callous. And it's because here in Wyoming, we are so spread out. Yeah. What's that?
It's going to be use your brain or use your eyeballs
it's a kind of a lost skill. And I think even in today's day and age, I would be challenged to do it on all the time. But a really valuable skill is going to be learning to actually read a map and kind of pre-plan your trip. One thing you can do, and Google can actually help you with this, your GPS, Google, whatever you're using, study your route beforehand, especially on a longer trip. Study your route beforehand and see if there's a route you'd prefer to take over what they want you to take. As far as if you happen to get lost and you're just hopelessly lost, no clue where you are, GPS is not helping. Maybe you have no signal.
Yeah.
Here in Wyoming, that's a very real thing where we'll lose signal. Don't be afraid to call dispatch. If we can help you, we will. We'll come and we'll help. We'll try and find your way out. That's what we're here for. But to prevent it, planning ahead and being prepared is always the best way to stop yourself from getting into any situation you don't want to be on the road, whether that's getting lost or sliding off on black ice. Being prepared, planning ahead is always the best way to avoid it.
Aaron, let me ask you about changing conditions. And I don't mean necessarily weather front moving in. I mean, Wyoming has varied elevation. We can go from 3,000 to 8,000 pretty fast. Mountain passes, you may not even get the impression you've gone from, say, 3,000 feet above sea level to 5. And what a difference that can make in the road surface and the weather.
Oh, yeah. But as you go up those elevations, it can be a real big one. We have cases where the elevation, it's so steep a perfect example, I think, would be Teton Pass.
Yeah.
Where coming down that steep grade, it's not just a matter of, maybe someone who's just driving an SUV or a sedan, this may not matter too much. But if you're driving a truck and a trailer and you're not used to it, we've seen people where it breaks down and catch on fire.
Yep.
And it can be dangerous if you don't know how to do it, if you don't know what you're doing. But for the most part, our highways are built to handle that elevation pretty effortlessly. Really handling the elevation and handling the variances is just going to be being ready for that weather at any time, because the higher you go in elevation, the more chance of that snow you're going to get, the more chance of that ice you're going to get, the colder it's going to be in the winter. So just be ready. And be prepared and look ahead at your weather forecast for where you're going through. That's the biggest key, because if you're not looking at your weather, you're not prepared. Wyoming is really good at catching you off guard. It's Wyoming weather is, I'm fairly sure Wyoming weather invented the phrase, hold my beer.
I think so. Aaron Brown, communications specialist with Highway Patrol. All right, let's put you to the test, Aaron. I'm at mile marker 13.2 on US 287. Where am I?
13.2 on US 287.
Don't tell me you don't have a map or something, do you?
I have. Well, I was kind of prepared. I've been talking about be planning, be prepared.
Right. See, he walks the talk, man. I just made that up. I don't even know if there's a mile marker 13.2 on 287. There might be. There probably is.
There might be. But let's see. 13.2 on 287. You're going to be in Carbon County most likely.
Okay.
Just north of Rawlins, I think.
Wow. See that? I'm broke down. I got a flat tire. My stupid spare is not aired up. I need help.
And you're going to be right there on Carbon near Sweetwater and right in the middle of nowhere, essentially. Between it's that road 287 that runs runs into essentially 789 and then 220. So you're basically looking at Rawlins going up to Casper. And then, you're going to be kind of in Wyoming specialty, which is just wide open spaces. Yeah. And you got to be prepared. One thing I do want to mention for being prepared especially in the winter, because you have to be ready to stop. That winter weather can come out of nowhere. Even if we're not predicting heavy snow, we could still see snow squalls. And while they may not bury you in snow, they can absolutely blind you and you can't see a thing. It's a lot of times just smarter to pull over, put your flashes on and just pull over for a minute until it passes, give it 20, 30 minutes. But in the car, to be prepared, you want to make sure, one, you're checking that 511 app. Two, have a winter kit ready. I think we talked about this last time, but I'll reiterate it. Blanket, food, water, coats, clothes, extra clothes, warm clothes, an emergency roadside kit, your flares, your flashes, your reflectors, that kind of thing. And make sure you have a full tank of gas. You do not want to be going across Wyoming on half a tank of gas. It's especially in winter. It's bad news.
Yeah, I'm guilty of that, of sweating like how much further I can get on that tank of diesel. Yeah, you're going to feel so much better being on the upside of half at least, because you may have to run your vehicle for heat a little bit if you're over to the side of the road for any given amount of time. Have that winter kit. Full tank of gas or as full as you can. When you see the gas station, stop, fuel up. Don't wait for that one that's going to be 2 cents cheaper that's 50 miles away. You may not get there.
Right. And of course, charged phones and good tires too are a big one as well. But definitely be prepared for that. If you're on 287 on that mile marker, you're going to be in bad shape if you get stuck in there. However, if you do get stuck, something happens, you spin off the road, your car breaks down, whatever it is, obviously call who you need to call, but call dispatch. Our troopers are out there and we're ready.
How do we call dispatch? Are you talking about a 911 call?
You could call 911. However, our dispatch center is going to be, of course, that's the one thing I don't have off the top of my head. Uh-oh.
Yeah, because it's not an emergency, but I could sure use a reassuring voice, somebody who can like help me confirm something, or, am I really supposed to go down this road, or I feel kind of lost. Like, I don't want to tie up emergency if it's not an emergency.
Right. And so you'll want to call our dispatch folks. I believe that's going to be 307-777-4301. And that will be, that should patch you through to our dispatch folks. And that'll be the key to getting through to us. And when you get to dispatch, just let them know where you are, as best you can. We have a new system that's going to help us locate you even easier. And so you definitely want to call Highway Patrol Dispatch and go from there. And we'll get to you. Again, our troopers are rearing and ready, and we're out there to save lives. So whether you're lost or end up off the road somehow, we'll be there to help.
Yeah. All right. Well, thanks so much, Aaron. Appreciate it. Have a great weekend. Safe weekend. Everybody download the 511 app, and Highway Patrol stands ready. I love WHP.
Thank you, sir. Thanks, Jake, for having me.
You bet. We'll be right back with Lexi. She's on next. Lexi Tuddenham. We're going to talk about nuclear and what Utah is doing. They're out in front of it. After this.
Oh, look. Another national expert explaining Wyoming. Bless their hearts. Look, don't rely on national experts. We do it all ourselves at Cowboy State Daily Radio. Real news for real Wyomingites who actually live here. We tell it like it is, with headlines that hit harder than a spring blizzard and commentary that cuts through all the bull. Cowboy State Daily Radio. It's Wyoming news. No filter, no fluff, no kidding.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a place of unlimited potential, a place that inspires us to dream. Since 2014, Wyo Lotto has given back over $180 million to our great state through transfers, winnings, commissions, and more. Dollars that have gone directly into your cities, towns, and counties. Dollars that have changed lives and set dreams in motion. Thank you, Wyoming, for a legendary 10 years. We can't wait to dream up what's next.
Might not see it coming. It's prediabetes, and it captures 1 in 3 adults. You may not even know you have it, but you can escape. Take the 1-minute prediabetes risk test to know where you stand. With early diagnosis, you can change the outcome and prevent or delay type 2 diabetes. Be your own hero on smartphones everywhere at doihaveprediabetes.org.
Whether it's our stories, the warmth of our laugh, or our family's secret sauce, we all bring something different to the table. So make some space. The power of connection is waiting right outside your comfort zone. Learn how you can help strengthen your community at belongingbeginswithus.org/teamup.
Cowboy State Daily Show on a finally Friday. Hi, Lexi.
Hi there. How are you?
I'm good. Staying warm. How's things? Are you in Utah now?
Yeah, I'm in Salt Lake. We've got a nasty inversion going on.
I know. We do too.
Really? Oh, my God, those there.
I'm in Jackson Hole. I'm in the valley. I know. And know, if you could just get up high,
I know. See across it. But it's so gross. It's been building all week, and it's just so dire.
Actually, the weather forces at work when we're talking about inversion are the same ones that trap bad air in valleys, and that's always a concern with your outfit and what you do. Last we talked to Lexi Tuddenham. She's the ED Executive Director of HEAL Utah. Last we talked, Lexi, you had eyes on those folks in Clive, Utah, and this proposal to import in Canadian nuclear waste, and I think it's happening.
Yeah, so the Northwest Interstate Compact voted to approve the proposal. Now they have to get a nuclear regulatory import license as well as an export license from whatever the corresponding agency is in Canada. We anticipate that they'll probably get that, but we haven't heard when that period will be yet. They're not required to provide a public comment period, but we're definitely keeping eyes on it and will be asking for one if there is the opportunity. But yes, it's unfortunate because I think this really, as we talked about last time, flings the doors open to take in a lot more international radioactive and nuclear waste to our state specifically.
Right. Because there is not anything in place, a procedure or a place, this first time in U.S. history, foreign nuclear waste dumped in the U.S. going to happen in Utah. Yes. Is it precedent setting? And a group like yours, a watchdog environmental group like HEAL Utah, got to be wondering nervously, really, have we just opened the floodgates?
Yeah, we managed to say no to this about almost 2 decades ago, and now it seems like there's a reversal. So we're really keeping track of those proposals as well as a lot of other stuff that's about to happen at the legislative session.
Yeah, so let's talk about that. Utah state leadership in Utah appears to be embracing nuclear to the point where the state is even looking to set up things that are typically handled by the NRC, by the Nuclear Regulatory Commission. Is the state of Utah bypassing or creating their own NRC in a way? Or I don't know, what's going on?
Yeah, so what Utah is looking to expand. We already have what's called agreement state status, in which our Division of Waste Management and Radiation Control is responsible for certain regulatory areas that might in other areas be taken on by the NRC at the federal level. Most of that's around milling, uranium, that sort of stuff, and to some degree, waste management. However, the state is looking to expand that agreement state authority considerably. I think they'd like to do a lot. One of the first places that they've talked about expanding that authority is into the area of regulating what's called uranium conversion. So essentially the conversion of yellow cake, which is, when you process uranium, you mill the ore and then you create this yellow cake concentrate. And then that gets converted into a gas, uranium hexafluoride, and then eventually that gas is then put into the enrichment process. So naturally occurring uranium, fairly low concentration of U-235 to 238. As they concentrate that and enrich it, it goes up into these levels. So typical uranium or nuclear fuel is in a few percentages, 20% or so is about what we're looking at with some of the more highly enriched fuel lines that we're looking at for these newer facilities. And the honest to God truth is that the majority of the effort to enrich uranium is in that first part of the enrichment process. So it rather quickly goes up to weapons grade. And that's why, when you hear about places like Iran, when you hear about places enriching uranium, that's why that's of concern, because you can put a lot of effort into that initial enrichment process to get it to weapons grade. And in theory, yes, it will also, there's a range in which you can use it for a fuel, but it starts to overlap with weapons grade rather quickly.
Lexi is executive director of Healthy Environment Alliance of Utah. That's HEAL Utah. Concerns with the environment. When we're talking about uranium mining and milling, are we talking about toxins potentially in the ground, in water, or air, or all of those?
All of the above, absolutely. So when you mine and mill and process uranium, you're freeing a lot of these things that were locked up in underground formations into water sources, into the air, into onto the land in the form of dust and other sorts of radioisotopes that can concentrate throughout the food chain, can be on plants that maybe people are gathering, places that they're coming into contact with. And so all of that exposure is certainly of concern for human health and the environment, as well as the ecosystem health as a whole.
Yeah. Is there anything else? I mean, especially in winter, we talked a little bit about inversion, here in Wyoming, back when the patch was going a little more full bore in Sublette County, we would see some really disappointing levels of air. You think smog is like a big city thing, but inversion in the Mountain West can be something. And when we're talking about air quality, what else are you concerned with in Utah?
Yeah, so all sorts of things, to be honest. Here on the Wasatch Front in particular, we really worry about things like particulate matter. There's a lot of toxins coming off of the Great Salt Lake that we're starting to be aware of and be concerned about how those particular heavy metals, for the most part, are making their ways into our bodies, into our food systems, into our lungs. We also do worry about ozone, which is essentially something that forms as a secondary compound with things like VOCs, volatile organic compounds, and some other chemicals in the air that form ozone, which is almost like, I've heard it described as a sunburn on your lungs, which does not sound nice. And here on the Wasatch Front, we get that mostly in the summer in places like the Uinta Basin, and there are some basins up in Wyoming where this happens too. You get wintertime ozone formation and very high levels of ozone. So often that's around sort of oil and gas basins where you see a lot of the VOCs coming off of those wells, especially if they're leaky, then converting through these photocatalytic reactions with the sunshine into ozone. And that becomes very concerning for public health, certainly for people with pre-existing conditions like asthma, but it can also, there's sort of short and long-term effects that we're concerned about.
Yeah, Lexi Tuddenham with healutah.org. You find them on the internet. It's healutah.org, whether we're talking about the Northwest Nuclear Waste Compact and proposals to accept Canada's nuclear waste at Clive at that facility, or just regular old ozone, especially in the winter. We only got one Earth. We only got one Utah, and I'm glad you're looking out for it, Lexi.
Thank you. Yeah.
Have a great day. Get high today. Go up.
I will try. I will try to get out of the slud. You too. Take care.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jake. Thank you so much. Bye.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a finally Friday. That's Lexi Tuddenham and Heal Utah. Check them out on the internet. healutah.org. Utah is very much embracing nuclear, the technology, the mining and milling and production of nuclear power, and the storage of waste. Seem to be a state much more pro-nuclear than Wyoming is so far, and Governor Cox and all the efforts down there to be a place that embraces nuclear, similar to, I think, Texas also. The oil traditions of Texas, I think they're not afraid of nuke. I'm not saying Wyoming's afraid, but we are a cautious state when it comes to nuclear waste, and that put the kibosh on Radiant coming to Bar None. We certainly saw that. And they went elsewhere to Oak Ridge, Tennessee, right? I think that's where they ended up, where they have a little mini nuclear thing going on over there. But what is Wyoming prepared to do in the new age with nuclear? Well, something that needs to be asked. We'll find out. Hey, don't forget, we just mentioned Commissioner Bob Jordan and I were chatting earlier. And Commissioner Jordan, speaking of nuclear and his background with it, we just barely touched the surface on that whole topic, and he wants to dive deeper and go in depth, perhaps on our Saturday show. And you may not be aware that we do have now a Cowboy State Daily Saturday edition, and that is Jeff Rickett manning the mic on that. He'll be on tomorrow, same time this show is on. Mornings, all Saturday mornings with Jeff Rickett and the Cowboy State Daily Show, where the format is slightly different. We tend to go fast on this show. I mean, with 3-4 guests an hour, we move quickly, and we don't sometimes have time to flesh out a topic and dive deep like Jeff might. So, yeah, I think Commissioner Jordan on the show with Jeff, and they'll be able to talk all things nuke. That might be kind of fun. Meanwhile, I think we've hit it all for a show today. We covered a ton of ground. We had a lot of great guests. I think we hit every big news item of the day from Cowboy State Daily. David Madison's story about the body cam video. I still don't know what the big deal is about that. You have to read that body cam footage from 5 years ago. It was... Yeah, we didn't have a ton of time to get to that. The Cody man sentenced for having 28 firearms and a few pipe bombs, says they're just for sporting purposes. Machine gun, 28 total firearms, and pipe bombs. I mean, who doesn't need a pipe bomb every once in a while when you're out there hunting mule deer? Yeah, I can see that.
State Daily Morning Show with Jake.
That was an interesting story. Yeah, all that stuff, and our big thanks to our special guest today, Commissioner Jordan. Gary Keimig came on, the artist from Dubois. That was a fun chat. Governor Mark Gordon was on today. Justin Hathaway, and the first of many talks we're going to have with Casper Planet. We love those guys. David Pope was on. Talked a little bit of Broncos and a little bit of Wyoming stable token. Aaron Brown, Lexi Tuddenham. What a great Friday show it was. For now, though, that'll do it for us. Have a super weekend. We'll see you Monday.
Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes